Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. In the summer of 2017, 8 years ago now, my life consisted of dead-end shifts at a warehouse and weekend binges with my buddies. That particular Friday evening in June, 4 of us were sprawled across my cramped apartment, surrounded by empty beer bottles and the blue glow of my television. I was channel surfing, bored with the usual lineup when I landed on the History Channel. "Wait, go back," Tyler said, sitting up from his slouched position on my couch. "What was that?" I flipped back to a show called Alone. The premise was straightforward but brutal. Contestants got dropped into isolated sections of the Canadian wilderness, separated from each other by miles of forest. They received only basic survival equipment, and whoever lasted longest won $500,000. No camera crews following them around. No safety net beyond a satellite phone for emergencies. Just you, the forest, and your will to survive. We watched in silence as one contestant, a grizzled man in his 40s, tried to start a fire with trembling hands. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow. He'd been out there for 37 days, and you could see the toll it had taken. The camera caught him talking to himself, his voice cracking as he debated whether to tap out. "I could do that," Tyler announced, draining his beer. "Easy $500,000 right there." "Bullshit," Brandon shot back. "You can't even camp in your backyard without complaining about mosquitoes." "At least I wouldn't cry like that dude on screen," Tyler countered. That sparked it. What began as drunken boasting evolved into a full-blown debate about which of us could actually survive alone in the wilderness. Jordan insisted his Eagle Scout training gave him an edge. Lucas, who'd grown up fishing with his father in Montana, claimed practical experience trumped merit badges. Brandon argued that mental toughness mattered more than skills. Tyler just kept insisting he'd win because he wanted it more. The argument stretched past midnight. We'd moved from the couch to my kitchen table, scribbling survival strategies on napkins, looking up wilderness areas on our phones. The half-empty bottles multiplied around us as we planned and plotted and challenged each other's claims. Finally, around 2 a.m., Lucas slammed his hand on the table. "Enough talking, let's actually do it." The room went quiet. The television had long since gone to a blue screen, casting strange shadows across our faces. "Do what?" I asked, though I already knew. "Go out there, pick some remote spot, spend a few days roughing it, see who actually has what it takes." He looked around at each of us. "Unless everyone here is just talking out of their ass. Pride is a dangerous thing." None of us wanted to be the one to back down, to admit that maybe we'd been full of hot air. So we agreed. We'd plan a hardcore camping trip, somewhere isolated and challenging. We'd find out which of us was actually king of the wilderness. That night, drunk on beer and bravado, we shook hands on it. In the morning, hungover and slightly more rational, we could have backed out. We should have backed out. But the challenge had been issued, and none of us wanted to be the coward who bailed. 3 months of planning led us to early September and the Frank Church River of No Return Wilderness. At 2 million acres, it's the largest contiguous wilderness area in the continental United States, a massive expanse of roadless, trackless forest spanning central Idaho. We'd shortened the name to just River of No Return because it sounded more ominous, more like the kind of place where you proved your mettle. Living in Boise, it was practically on our doorstep, yet none of us had ever ventured into its depths. The name itself carried an unsettling history. Early explorers named it such because the rapids made it impossible to navigate upstream. Once you went down, you couldn't come back the same way. You were committed. We loaded Lucas's truck with our gear on a Thursday morning. The plan was straightforward. Drive to the tiny town of North Fork. Population maybe 50 on a good day. Then hike from the trailhead to Long Tom Mountain. 4 days of hiking there and back, 1 day of rest at the mountain, some fishing and swimming in the Salmon River. 5 days total to prove ourselves. I remember the drive north, the way civilization gradually fell away. Boise gave way to smaller towns, then scattered houses, then nothing but towering pines and winding roads. We passed the occasional logging truck, but otherwise the highway belonged to us. The radio lost signal about an hour out, leaving us with static and our own voices. "My girlfriend thinks we're idiots," Jordan said from the back seat, staring out at the endless trees. "Your girlfriend is probably right," Lucas replied, navigating a sharp curve. "But we're committed idiots." Tyler was riding shotgun, studying the topographical maps we'd printed. Long Tom Mountain sits at about 8,000 feet. The trailhead starts at 4,500. That's a lot of elevation gain. "That's the point," Brandon said. "If it was easy, it wouldn't prove anything." North Fork appeared around noon. A handful of buildings clustered where two roads intersected. A gas station that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1970s. A general store with a wooden porch and a closed sign despite it being midday. 3 pickup trucks sat in the dirt parking lot of what might have been a bar, or might have been someone's house. It was hard to tell. We stopped at the gas station to top off and use the bathroom. The attendant was an old man with a weathered face and suspicious eyes. When Tyler mentioned we were heading to Long Tom Mountain, the man just stared at us for a long moment. "You boys know what you're doing out there?" he asked finally. "We've done our research," Lucas assured him. The old man grunted, unimpressed. "Research don't mean much when you're 10 miles from the nearest road." He took Tyler's cash for the gas. "Stay on the marked trails. Don't mess with what you find out there. And if you see something that don't feel right, trust your gut and leave." We laughed about it as we drove the final bumpy miles to the trailhead. Typical small-town paranoia, trying to spook the city boys. But I'll admit, his words stuck with me. There was something in his tone, a flatness that suggested he wasn't trying to scare us so much as warn us. The trailhead was nothing more than a small clearing with a weathered wooden sign and a rusty metal box containing a logbook for hikers. Lucas signed us in, noting our planned route and expected return date. The last entry before ours was dated 3 weeks prior. "Not exactly a popular spot," Brandon observed, shouldering his pack. "That's what we wanted, right? Solitude." Tyler adjusted his hip belt, eager to get moving. "Let's do this." The first day's hike demolished us. The trail started deceptively easy, relatively flat terrain through dense pine forest, the path clear and well-maintained. We made good time, fell into a rhythm, made jokes about how we'd overestimated the difficulty. Then we hit the elevation gain. The trail began to climb, switchback after switchback, the grade becoming steeper with each turn. The packs that had felt manageable that morning now seemed to weigh twice as much. My thighs burned. My lungs struggled with the thinning air. We stopped talking, conserving our energy for the climb. By the time we made camp that first night, we'd covered maybe 8 miles, but it felt like 20. We set up our tents in a small clearing beside a creek, too exhausted for much conversation. I ate a protein bar and some trail mix, crawled into my sleeping bag, and was unconscious within minutes. I slept hard, the kind of deep, dreamless sleep that comes from complete physical exhaustion. When I woke to birdsong and filtered sunlight the next morning, every muscle in my body ached. But there was also a satisfaction in it, a sense that we were actually doing this thing. The second day proved easier. Our bodies adjusted to the routine. We climbed higher, the pines giving way to scattered alpine meadows dotted with wildflowers. The views were spectacular, ridge after ridge of mountains stretching to the horizon. No roads or buildings or any sign of human presence visible in any direction. Just wilderness, vast and indifferent. We reached Long Tom Mountain summit around mid-afternoon. Standing there, looking out over the Salmon River Valley thousands of feet below, I felt something shift inside me. It wasn't pride exactly, more like a recognition of scale. Out here we were tiny and insignificant. The mountains didn't care about our petty competition or our bruised egos. They just were, ancient and unchanging. "Worth it?" Lucas asked, coming to stand beside me. Yeah, I admitted. Worth it. We made camp about 100 yards below the summit, in a relatively flat area sheltered by a ring of boulders. The wind was strong up here, but the boulders broke the worst of it. We set up our tents in a rough semicircle, around where we planned to build the fire. All right, Brandon said once we'd finished with the tents. Let's go catch some dinner. The hike down to the Salmon River took about 45 minutes, a steep but manageable trail that switched back through alpine forest. The river itself was stunning, crystal clear water rushing over smooth stones, deep pools alternating with whitewater rapids. The sound of it filled the canyon, a constant roar that drowned out everything else. Lucas had brought along a collapsible fishing rod, and he set about showing us his technique. The rest of us just enjoyed the water, the sunshine, the sheer pleasure of being alive and healthy in this beautiful place. Jordan found a deep pool and went swimming, whooping at the cold. Tyler skipped stones across the calmer sections. I just sat on a warm boulder, letting the sun soak into my skin, feeling the tension of normal life melting away. When Lucas finally hooked a fish, a decent-sized trout that fought hard before he reeled it in, we all gathered around to admire it. He caught a second one about 20 minutes later, similar size. It wasn't a huge haul, but enough for all of us to get a taste of fresh-caught fish. "Feels good, doesn't it?" Lucas said, grinning as he held up his catch. "Living off the land." "We've been here 2 days and you caught 2 fish," Brandon pointed out. "Let's not get too full of ourselves." But I knew what Lucas meant. There was something primal and satisfying about it, something that tapped into an older part of our brains. We weren't just tourists out here. We were participants. We headed back up to camp around 5 p.m., giving us plenty of time to prep the fish and get a fire going before sunset. The hike back up was harder than coming down. The elevation and the day's activities had worn us out, but we were in good spirits, already planning tomorrow's agenda, debating whether we should try for more fish or just relax. Tyler reached camp first. He went straight to his tent, unzipping it to grab something from inside. Then he stopped, still half bent over, his hand frozen on the zipper. "What the hell?" he said, his voice tight and strange. "What?" Jordan called from behind me. Tyler backed out of his tent and turned to face us. His expression was odd, confused and angry at the same time, like he couldn't quite process what he was seeing. "Which one of you assholes took my backpack?" We all stopped where we were, the good mood evaporating instantly. "What are you talking about?" Lucas asked. "My backpack. It's gone." Tyler's voice was rising. "I left it in my tent this morning, and now it's not there." "Dude, we've been together all day," Brandon pointed out. "How could any of us have taken it?" "I don't know, but someone did. It didn't just walk away." Tyler was pacing now, his hands clenched into fists. "Come on, joke's over, give it back." I looked at the others. Lucas looked genuinely confused. Jordan was frowning, starting to put pieces together that he didn't like. Brandon just shook his head. "Tyler, man, none of us took your pack. Why would we?" "Then where the hell is it?" Tyler's voice cracked a little, anger mixing with something else. Fear, maybe. Though he was trying to hide it. We all checked our tents. Everything else was where we'd left it. Only Tyler's backpack was missing, and it had contained most of his supplies, spare clothes, his sleeping bag, toiletries, some of his food, a few $100s worth of gear. The implication settled over us slowly, like cold water seeping through clothing. If none of us had taken it, that meant someone else had been in our camp. Someone had walked through our little semicircle of tents while we were down by the river, looked through our stuff, and chosen to steal Tyler's pack specifically. "Maybe it was an animal," Jordan suggested, but even he sounded unconvinced. "A bear or something?" "A bear would have torn through everything," Lucas said quietly. He was scanning the surrounding forest, his earlier good mood completely gone, and it wouldn't have taken just one specific bag. "So someone was here." Brandon said it flatly, stating the obvious truth we were all avoiding. Someone was watching our camp and waiting for us to leave. Tyler had stopped pacing. He stood very still, staring out into the trees. The sun was lower now, the shadows growing longer and darker. "We're 3 days' hike from the nearest road," he said. "Who the hell is out here?" That was the question, wasn't it? We were supposed to be alone. That was the whole point of choosing such a remote location. But someone had been here, had walked through our camp, had taken Tyler's belongings, and they'd done it silently, without leaving any obvious trace. I felt the hairs on my arm stand up, a primal response to the sensation of being watched. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line, the boulders, the darkening forest. Nothing moved except the wind in the pines. Maybe it was another hiker, I suggested, trying to convince myself as much as anyone. Someone who needed supplies and saw an opportunity. Out here? 3 days from anywhere? Lucas shook his head. And why take the whole pack? Why not just grab food if you were desperate? Because they're not desperate, Tyler said, his voice hard now. They're fucking with us. The temperature seemed to drop as the sun sank toward the horizon. What had felt like a safe campsite an hour ago now felt exposed, vulnerable. We were surrounded by forest, by 1,000 places someone could hide and watch us. "We need to search for it," Tyler said suddenly. "My pack. Whoever took it can't have gone far." "Tyler, it's almost dark," Lucas protested. "We don't know the area, and we don't know who we're looking for. Going off into the woods right now would be stupid. So we just let them get away with it. We don't even know which direction they went," I pointed out. "And honestly, I'd rather not run into whoever did this." Tyler turned on me, his face flushed with anger. "So we're just going to be a bunch of cowards? Let some thief walk all over us?" "I'm saying we should be smart about this," I shot back. "We're not equipped for a manhunt, and we don't know what we're dealing with." "We should move camp," Lucas said. "Find somewhere else to spend the night. If someone knows we're here." "No way," Tyler cut him off. "I'm not running. That's exactly what they want." The argument escalated. Tyler and Brandon wanted to go searching, to track down whoever had violated our camp. Lucas and Jordan wanted to relocate before dark. I was somewhere in the middle, angry about the theft but increasingly uneasy about the whole situation. In the end, Tyler stormed off into the woods, Brandon following reluctantly. "We'll do a quick loop," Tyler called back. 30 minutes. Stay here." They disappeared into the trees, and the three of us remaining stood in awkward silence. The fish Lucas had caught were still in his pack, forgotten. The fire we'd planned to build remained unmade. The whole evening had soured completely. "This is bad," Jordan said quietly. "Someone stole from us, and now 2 of our group have gone off looking for them. What if—" "They'll be fine," Lucas interrupted, but he didn't sound certain. "Tyler's just blowing off steam. They'll walk around, won't find anything, and come back calmer." But I could see Lucas was worried too. We all were. The wilderness didn't feel beautiful anymore. It felt threatening, full of hidden watchers and unknown intentions. True to his word, Tyler returned about 30 minutes later, Brandon trailing behind him. But Tyler's anger had shifted into something else, a brooding resentment mixed with defeat. They'd found nothing, no sign of the thief or the stolen pack. "Let's just eat and get some sleep," Lucas suggested. "We'll figure out what to do in the morning." Nobody had much appetite, but we forced ourselves to eat the fish Lucas had caught. It was good, perfectly cooked over our small camp stove, but it tasted like ash in my mouth. The easy camaraderie of the afternoon was gone, replaced by tension and unspoken fear. We didn't build a big fire. Nobody wanted to advertise our position any more than necessary. Instead, we gathered around Lucas's small camping stove, huddled in our jackets as the temperature dropped with nightfall. The darkness up here was absolute. No light pollution, no moon yet, just the tiny glow of our stove and the stars overhead. It should have been beautiful. Instead, it felt oppressive, like the darkness was pressing in on us from all sides. "I'm sorry," Tyler said eventually, staring at the stove's blue flame. "I shouldn't have called you guys cowards. This whole thing is messed up." "It's okay," I told him, though it wasn't really. "We're all freaked out. We should have moved camp," Jordan muttered. "Too late now," Lucas said. "Let's just try to get through the night, then reassess in the morning." but none of us slept well that night. We took turns keeping watch, sitting outside our tents with flashlights, jumping at every sound. The forest at night is never truly quiet. There are always sounds, always movement. Branches creaking, small animals rustling, the wind moving through the pines. Every sound made my heart race, my imagination conjuring scenarios of someone creeping toward us through the darkness. When dawn finally came, gray and cold, we were all exhausted, but at least we'd made it through the night without incident. That had to count for something. We broke camp quickly, driven by an unspoken consensus that we needed to leave Long Tom Mountain behind. The place had been ruined for us, tainted by theft and paranoia. Our grand adventure had devolved into something else entirely, and none of us wanted to spend another night feeling like prey. The plan was to head back down the trail, covering as much ground as we could manage. If we pushed hard, we might make it all the way to the trailhead by nightfall, though that would mean hiking for 12 or 13 hours straight. More realistically, we'd need to make one more camp before completing the hike out. We descended from the summit in silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The morning was beautiful, crisp air, brilliant sunshine, the mountains sharp and clear against a perfect blue sky. But I couldn't enjoy it. I kept looking back over my shoulder, scanning the trail behind us, searching for any sign that we were being followed. Around mid-morning, we stopped for a brief rest and some water. Jordan wandered off to relieve himself, taking his pistol with him. None of us went anywhere alone anymore without being armed. He walked about 50 yards off the trail, looking for privacy behind some brush. We heard him before we saw him, a strangled shout that cut through the quiet morning like a gunshot. All four of us were on our feet instantly, hands going to our weapons, running toward the sound. Jordan met us halfway, his face drained of color, his eyes wide. He was breathing hard, not from exertion but from panic. "There's someone out there," he gasped. "I saw him, through the trees." "What? Where?" Tyler had his pistol out, scanning the forest. Jordan pointed back the way he'd come, his hand shaking. I was looking for a spot to go, checking around to make sure I had privacy, and I saw him, standing there, just standing there, watching. "Did he do anything?" Lucas asked. "Did he say anything?" "No, he was just there, maybe 100 yards away between the trees." Jordan swallowed hard. His face was painted white, completely white, like some kind of clown or mime or something, but not funny. Not funny at all. The words hit us like a physical blow. For a moment, nobody spoke. "You're sure?" I finally asked. "About the white face?" "On my life, man." His whole face was white, and he was just standing there, completely still, watching me. Jordan's voice cracked. "The second I saw him, I ran. I don't know if he followed or if he's still there or what." Tyler looked like he was about to charge into the woods, but Lucas grabbed his arm. "Don't. We don't know what we're dealing with here." "We know he's a thief who steals from campers," Tyler shot back. "We don't know that's all he is," I said quietly. "Why would someone be out here alone, paint their face white, and just watch us? That's not normal." "None of this is normal," Brandon added. He was pale too, his earlier bravado completely gone. "What kind of person does this?" We stood there in a tight group, all of us facing outward, watching the forest around us. Every shadow, every movement of wind through branches, every bird taking flight, it all felt threatening now. "Could have been paint or mud," Tyler suggested. But he didn't sound convinced. "Maybe he's just some weird hermit." "With my backpack," Tyler added bitterly. "Some weird hermit with my stuff." Lucas pulled out his map, studying our position. "We're still about 15 miles from the trailhead. If we move fast, stay together, we can make it by dark." "Screw making it by dark," Jordan said. "Let's walk through the night if we have to. I am not spending another night out here with that freak following us." Nobody argued with him. We redistributed some weight from Tyler's pack. He'd been carrying it despite losing most of his gear, and started hiking. Not the measured, sustainable pace we'd maintained before, but a fast, almost panicked march. We were running away, though none of us wanted to admit it. The trail wound through dense forest, offering plenty of cover for anyone who wanted to follow us unseen. I kept looking back, certain I'd see that white face staring at us through the trees. My imagination supplied details Jordan hadn't provided. A skeletal grin, hollow eyes, something inhuman wearing a human shape. "Why white?" Brandon asked as we hiked. "Why paint your face white?" "Does it matter?" Tyler responded. "I don't know, maybe. Like, is it war paint? Is he trying to scare us? Is it some weird ritual thing?" "You're not helping," I told him. We stopped talking after that, saving our breath for hiking. The temperature climbed as the day wore on, but I couldn't shake the cold feeling that had settled in my gut. We were being hunted. That's what this was. Someone was out here playing a game with us, and we didn't know the rules. Around 2 p.m., we stopped briefly for food and water. Nobody had much appetite, but we forced ourselves to eat, knowing we needed the energy. Tyler was studying the forest around us with an intensity that worried me. "We should set a trap," he said suddenly. "We know he's following us. We could wait for him, catch him when he shows up." "Catch him how?" Lucas asked. "We're not special forces, Tyler. We're 5 guys who work regular jobs and thought it would be fun to go camping. He clearly knows these woods better than we do. So we just keep running?" "Yes," I said firmly. "That's exactly what we do. We get to Lucas's truck. We drive to the nearest town. We tell the police what happened, and we let them deal with it." "The cops aren't going to do anything," Jordan muttered. "Some weirdo in the woods? They'll take a report and forget about it." He was probably right, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be away from here, back in civilization where things made sense and people didn't paint their faces white and stalk hikers through the wilderness. We kept moving. The afternoon stretched into evening, the shadows growing longer. My feet ached, my legs burned, my shoulders screamed from the pack's weight, but I didn't care. I would have walked until my legs gave out if it meant getting away from the river of no return. As the sun began to set, we started discussing whether we could actually hike through the night as Jordan had suggested. Lucas had a headlamp, and a couple of us had flashlights, but navigating the trail in complete darkness would be slow and dangerous. We might miss a turn, get lost, end up more vulnerable than if we just made camp. "There's a decent campsite about 2 miles ahead," Lucas said, checking his map by the dying light. "I remember it from the hike in. Relatively open, good sightlines. We could make a big fire, take turns on watch." Nobody liked it, but it was the practical choice. We couldn't hike safely in the dark, not through terrain this rugged, so we pushed on to Lucas's campsite, arriving just as the last light faded from the sky. The campsite was as Lucas described, a relatively flat area beside a stream, with less dense tree cover than most of the surrounding forest. We could see about 50 yards in most directions before the trees closed in. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than being surrounded by thick forest. We set up camp quickly and efficiently, our earlier squabbles forgotten in the face of shared danger. The tents went up in a tight cluster rather than spread out. We built a fire much larger than necessary, feeding it with dead branches until the flames leaped 10 feet high. The light pushed back the darkness, created a bubble of safety that we clung to desperately. "We take 2-hour shifts," Lucas announced. 2 people on watch at a time. Everyone sleeps with their weapon accessible. If you see or hear anything at all, you wake everyone else up. No heroes, no investigating strange sounds on your own. We stick together. We drew straws for the watch schedule. I got the 2-4 a.m. shift with Brandon. Until then, I tried to rest, lying in my tent with my eyes closed but my mind racing. Every sound outside made me tense, my hand instinctively moving toward the pistol I'd placed beside my sleeping bag. I must have dozed eventually, because Tyler was shaking me awake, telling me it was my turn. I crawled out of my tent into the cold night air. The fire had died down some, but Brandon was feeding it fresh wood, bringing it back to life. "See anything?" I asked, settling beside him near the fire's warmth. "Trees. Darkness. The usual." He didn't look at me, keeping his eyes on the forest. "But I keep feeling like we're being watched," like there are eyes out there, just beyond the firelight. I knew exactly what he meant. The darkness pressed in on us, absolute and impenetrable beyond our small circle of light. Anything could be out there. Anyone. You think he's really out there? I asked. Right now? Brandon was quiet for a moment. Yeah, he said finally. I think he's been following us all day. I think he's out there right now watching us, waiting. For what? I don't know. That's what scares me. We sat in silence after that, feeding the fire, turning slowly to scan in all directions. The night sounds of the forest continued around us. Wind, creaking branches, the burble of the stream. Normal sounds, but my paranoid brain tried to find patterns in them, tried to interpret them as footsteps or breathing, or the rustle of someone moving through undergrowth. Around 3:30 a.m., Brandon suddenly grabbed my arm. Did you hear that? What? Listen. I strained my ears, trying to filter out the fire's crackle and the stream's noise. For a moment, nothing. Then I heard it. A sound that might have been a branch breaking, might have been nothing, coming from somewhere in the darkness to our left. Could be an animal, I whispered. Could be. We both stood up, Brandon grabbing his flashlight and sweeping the beam across the trees. The light revealed nothing but pine trunks and undergrowth, creating more shadows than it dispelled. Should we wake the others? I asked. Before Brandon could answer, we heard it again. Definitely closer this time. Definitely something moving. Something large enough to make noise, making no effort to be quiet. Wake them up, Brandon said, his voice tight. Wake them up now. I ducked into the nearest tent, Lucas's, and shook him awake. We heard something. Get up. Lucas was instantly alert. Years of early fishing trips with his father having trained him to wake quickly. He grabbed his pistol and flashlight and emerged from the tent in seconds. What is it? Something moving in the trees, Brandon said. West side of camp. By now, the commotion had woken Jordan and Tyler as well. They emerged from their tents, weapons in hand, looking frightened and half asleep. There, Jordan hissed, pointing. I saw something move. We all aimed our flashlights in that direction, the beams converging on a spot about 40 yards away. The lights revealed trees, shadows, nothing obvious. Then something did move. A shift of darkness, there and gone so fast I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Show yourself, Tyler shouted, his voice cracking with stress and exhaustion. We're armed. We will shoot. The forest swallowed his words, gave nothing back. We stood in a defensive cluster, backs to the fire, watching the darkness. Minutes passed, 5, 10. Nothing moved except branches in the wind. Maybe it was an animal, Lucas suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. Maybe, I agreed, equally uncertain. We stayed on high alert for the rest of my shift and well into Jordan's. By the time dawn began to gray the eastern sky, we were all awake, too wired on adrenaline and fear to sleep. We broke camp as soon as we had enough light to see by, none of us wanting to spend another moment in that place. How far to the trailhead? Tyler asked as we shouldered our packs. Maybe 10 miles, Lucas estimated. If we move fast, we can be there by early afternoon. We set out at a near jog, the trail winding downhill now as we descended from the high country. The forest changed as we lost elevation, the alpine areas giving way to denser pine and fir, thicker undergrowth. Better cover for someone following us. Worse sight lines for us to spot them. About 2 hours into the hike, Jordan called for a stop, not for rest, but because he'd spotted something. Up there, he said, pointing ahead along the trail. Is that? We approached cautiously, though we could see it clearly from 50 yards away. Hanging from a branch that extended over the trail was Tyler's backpack. The straps had been cut short and tied to the branch, suspending the pack about 7 feet off the ground. It swayed slightly in the breeze, twisting slowly, and jutting from it, bristling like porcupine quills, were arrows. At least a dozen of them, maybe more, punched through the pack at various angles. We stopped dead staring at it. Nobody spoke for a long moment. What the hell? Brandon finally whispered. Tyler approached slowly, reaching up to touch one of the arrows. He pulled it out with some effort. They'd been shot with enough force to punch completely through the pack and embed in the fabric on the other side. "Hunting arrows," he said, examining it. "Broadhead tips. These are designed to kill deer. Or people," Jordan added quietly. The implication was clear and terrifying. This wasn't just theft anymore. This was a threat, a demonstration. Our follower had Tyler's pack, could have kept it, but instead chose to return it like this. A message written in arrows and destruction. Lucas pulled out his phone. Taking photos of the pack, the arrows, everything. "The cops need to see this. This is evidence of, I don't even know what, stalking, intimidation, assault? Did anyone hear anything last night?" I asked. "While we were watching? Did anyone hear him setting this up?" Everyone shook their heads. Whoever our stalker was, he was good. Frighteningly good. He'd moved ahead of us, found a spot on our route, and set up this display without us hearing a thing. "How did he know we'd come this way?" Brandon asked. "There's only one trail out," Lucas pointed out. He didn't need to guess. Tyler cut the pack down, examined its contents. Everything was ruined, shot through with arrows, some of it stained with what might have been mud or might have been something else. He kept one of the arrows, pocketing it, then left the rest of the pack where it fell. "Let's go," he said, his voice flat. "I want to get the hell out of here." We moved even faster after that, driven by a fear that had moved beyond mere nervousness into something approaching terror. Whoever was out here with us, he wasn't just weird or antisocial or even criminal in a normal sense. He was dangerous, probably unstable, and apparently wanted us to know he could hurt us whenever he chose. The implications of the arrows kept circling through my mind. Those were kill shots. The force required to shoot an arrow through a backpack, through fabric and camping gear and come out the other side. That was serious draw weight. Professional hunting equipment in the hands of someone who clearly knew how to use it. And if he'd wanted to shoot one of us instead of the pack, could we have stopped him? The answer, I knew, was no. We were hikers with pistols. He was hunting us with a compound bow from the cover of dense forest. If he'd wanted us dead, we'd be dead. So what did he want? The next few hours passed in a blur of exhaustion and paranoia. We pushed ourselves hard, hiking faster than was really safe on the rocky root-crossed trail. Ankles twisted, feet slipped, but nobody slowed down. The terror pushed us forward like fuel. Around midday, Lucas estimated we were about halfway to the trailhead. 5 more miles. 5 miles to Lucas's truck, to civilization, to safety. It felt both impossibly far and tantalizingly close. We stopped briefly to eat and rest our screaming leg muscles. The stop point was a small clearing where the trail crossed a rocky stream. We could see in all directions, which provided some comfort, though it also meant we'd be visible to anyone watching from the surrounding forest. I sat on a boulder, forcing myself to chew and swallow a protein bar that tasted like cardboard. My whole body ached. I'd hiked more in the last few days than in the previous year combined, and I'd done it while running on adrenaline and almost no sleep. I was reaching my limit. "What are we going to tell the cops?" Jordan asked, echoing the question I'm sure we'd all been considering. "The truth," Lucas said. "Someone stole Tyler's pack. We saw someone with a white painted face watching us, and we found the pack hung up on the trail with arrows shot through it." "They're going to think we're crazy," Tyler muttered. "We have the arrow," Brandon pointed out. "We have photos. We have the logbook at the trailhead showing when we went in. And they'll look into it, file a report, and nothing will happen," Jordan said bitterly. "This guy, whoever he is, he's not going to stick around. He's probably done this before to other hikers. He knows how to not get caught." "You think this is a pattern?" I asked. "Like, he just targets random hikers who come through?" Jordan shrugged. "I don't know, but someone who's this good at moving through the forest, at tracking people, at staying hidden, that takes practice. This isn't his first time." The thought sent a new chill through me. How many other people had hiked through the river of no return and encountered our white-faced stalker? How many had experienced what we were experiencing? And had any of them disappeared, vanished into these endless miles of wilderness, written off as tragic accidents or people who simply got lost? I pushed the thought away. We were getting out. We were almost there. Just 5 more miles. We resumed hiking, the trail beginning to descend more steeply as we dropped back toward the lower elevations. The forest changed again, becoming more mixed, pine and fir interspersed with aspen, the undergrowth thicker and greener with access to more water. Beautiful in another context. Now it just meant more places to hide, more cover for someone following us. Around 3 p.m. we rounded a bend and Lucas suddenly stopped so fast that I nearly ran into him. "What?" Tyler asked from behind me. "What is it?" Lucas pointed at the trail ahead. At first I didn't see what had made him stop. Then my eyes adjusted, focused, and I saw them. Footprints. Not ours. We'd been hiking in a tight single-file line, and these prints crossed the trail at a diagonal, coming from the forest on one side and disappearing into the forest on the other. Boot prints, fairly large, deeply impressed in a muddy section of trail. "Those weren't here when we hiked in," Lucas said quietly. "I would have noticed." We approached cautiously, examining the prints. They were fresh, the mud around them still damp and not yet dried by the afternoon sun. Whoever made them had crossed the trail recently, maybe within the last hour. "He's ahead of us again," Brandon said, voicing what we were all thinking. "He got in front of us." "Or this is someone else," I suggested, clinging to that small hope. "Another hiker, totally unrelated." But none of us believed it. The coincidence would be too great. These were his prints. Our stalker had somehow circled around us, moved ahead, and crossed the trail. Why? To set up another display like the hanging backpack? To wait in ambush? To prove that he could outmaneuver us whenever he wanted? "What do we do?" Jordan asked, his voice small and frightened. "We keep moving," Lucas decided. "What else can we do? We can't go back. The only way out is forward." So we continued, but our pace had slowed. We moved more cautiously now, scanning ahead and to the sides, expecting at any moment to see that white face staring at us through the trees, or to have an arrow come whistling out of the shadows. The trail continued its downward slope, and I tried to calculate how much elevation we'd lost, how close we must be getting. The vegetation suggested we were at maybe 5,000 feet, which meant we were close. The trailhead sat at 4,500, just a few more miles, maybe 2 or 3. The sun was lower now, not setting yet, but definitely in its afternoon descent. Long shadows stretched across the trail, creating patterns of light and dark that played tricks on my exhausted eyes. Twice I jumped at shadows that looked like people, my heart racing before my brain caught up and recognized them as just tree stumps or oddly shaped rocks. We were all at our breaking point, strung so tight that any one of us might snap at any moment, and the worst part was knowing that our stalker understood this, probably intended it. This was psychological warfare, a hunter playing with prey before moving in for the kill. Except he hadn't killed us. That's what kept circling through my mind. He'd had opportunities, we'd been spread out, vulnerable, distracted, but he'd chosen not to. Why? Wait, maybe Jordan was right. Maybe this was a pattern, a game he played with hikers, push them to the edge, terrify them, send them running back to civilization with stories that sounded crazy. A ghost of the river of no return, a legend to scare tourists. Or maybe we'd just been lucky so far. The trail had appeared around a final bend like salvation itself. Lucas's truck sat exactly where we'd left it 5 days ago, covered in a layer of dust and pine needles, but otherwise untouched. The sight of that battered Ford pickup, that tangible connection to the normal world, nearly brought tears to my eyes. "Thank God," Jordan breathed, and we all broke into a run for the last 100 yards. We threw our gear into the truck bed with no care for organization, just wanting everything loaded as fast as possible. Lucas fumbled with his keys, his hands shaking from exhaustion and stress. The engine turned over on the second try, and the sound of it, that normal, mechanical, civilized sound, was the most beautiful thing I'd heard in days. "Drive," Tyler said from the back seat. Just drive. Lucas didn't need to be told twice. He threw the truck into reverse, backed out of the parking spot, and then accelerated down the rough Forest Service road faster than was really safe. None of us cared. We just wanted distance between us and that trailhead, between us and the river of no return. We were a mile down the road when Jordan said, "Stop. We should go back and check the logbook, see if anyone else signed in after us, see if there's any record of who else has been out there." It was a good idea, a logical idea. But Lucas didn't even slow down. "No," he said flatly, "we're not going back. Not for anything." Nobody argued with him. The rough road eventually met pavement, and then we were driving through North Fork, past the suspicious old gas station attendant who'd warned us about trusting our guts. I wanted to stop, to tell him he'd been right, that we'd found something out there that didn't feel right. But Lucas kept driving, and I didn't protest. We drove in silence for a while, each of us lost in our own thoughts, still processing what had happened. The forest gradually thinned as we descended in elevation, civilization creeping back in the form of scattered houses, then farms, then small towns. "We should tell the cops," Brandon said eventually. "Even if nothing comes of it, there should be a record." We stopped in the next town large enough to have a sheriff's office. The deputy who took our statement was professional but clearly skeptical. 5 guys from the city, camping in the wilderness, claiming someone with a white-painted face stalked them and shot arrows through a backpack. It sounded crazy even as we described it. Tyler produced the arrow he'd kept, and Lucas showed the photos he'd taken. That helped. The deputy took the arrow, logged it as evidence, said he'd make some calls to the ranger station, see if there had been other reports of incidents in the river of no return wilderness. "You boys did the right thing getting out of there," he told us as we were leaving. "Sometimes the wilderness brings out the strange in people. Folks who can't quite handle civilization head out to places like that, looking for, I don't know, something. And sometimes they find it, but it's not what they expected." We drove the rest of the way back to Boise as the sun set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Beautiful, like the last several days hadn't happened, like we hadn't been hunted through the forest by someone who'd wanted to scare us, or kill us. I still wasn't sure which. We barely talked during the drive. What was there to say? We'd gone looking for adventure, for a chance to prove ourselves against the wilderness, and instead we'd found something that proved how vulnerable we really were, how fragile civilization's thin veneer was, and how quickly things could turn predatory when you stripped it away. Lucas dropped me off at my apartment last, after the others had scattered to their homes. I stood in the parking lot watching his truck disappear around the corner, and felt an overwhelming urge to lock my door and never leave my apartment again. I didn't, of course. Life went on. I went back to work, fell back into my routine, pretended everything was normal. But I checked over my shoulder more often now. I kept my curtains closed at night. I started keeping a baseball bat beside my bed. We heard back from the sheriff's office about 2 weeks later. The arrow Tyler had kept was a common sporting goods model sold in thousands of stores across the country, impossible to trace. The ranger station reported no similar incidents in recent months, though they'd passed the information along to their patrol officers. No one with a white-painted face had been reported in the area. The 5 of us met up once after that, about a month later, at a bar in downtown Boise. We didn't talk much about what had happened. What was there to say? We'd survived, we'd escaped, we'd made it back. But we all knew that trip to the river of no return had changed something fundamental in each of us. Tyler never went camping again, as far as I know. Jordan moved to Portland within the year. Brandon refused to hike anywhere without a group of at least 10 people. Lucas still fishes, but only in heavily trafficked areas, places with parking lots and families and the constant presence of other people. And me? I still think about it sometimes. Wonder who he was, our white-faced stalker. Wonder what he wanted, what his endgame was. Wonder if he's still out there in the Frank Church wilderness, waiting for the next group of naive city boys to come stumbling into his territory. Mostly, though, I try not to wonder, because wondering means remembering, And remembering means feeling again that primal terror of being prey, of being hunted, of being utterly powerless in the face of something that understood the wilderness in ways we never could. We'd gone to the river of no return, looking to prove ourselves as survivors. Instead, we'd learned exactly how easily we could become victims, and that's a lesson I never needed, but one I'll never forget. The wilderness doesn't care about your ego, or your pride, or your need to prove yourself. The wilderness just is. And sometimes, hiding in that wilderness, waiting patiently in the shadows between the trees, there are people who don't care about those things either. Sometimes there are people who just want to watch you run. I haven't been camping since. After earning my pilot's license, I managed to land myself a pretty cushy job flying for a major airline. The pay was fantastic. More money than I'd ever made in my life. The hours weren't too bad, and my girlfriend at the time thought I looked great in my fitted uniform and aviator shades. People thought I was having the time of my life. They'd see me in airports pulling my small carry-on behind me and assume I was living some glamorous dream. But the truth was, I hated it. I hated the structure, the constant scrutiny, how polished but ultimately phony everything about the airline business was. I hated the corporate meetings where we'd discuss passenger experience optimization, when what they really meant was cramming more seats into less space. I hated paying an obscene amount of money to rent a small apartment in a city I barely visited, a place that never felt like home because I was gone more than I was there. The walls were bare because what was the point of decorating when I'd only see them a few days a month? So one day in late 2017, I shocked everyone by quitting. I didn't just quit with nothing lined up. I'm not completely reckless. I'd found another job before I handed in my 3 months' notice. It's just that the new job happened to involve moving up to Alaska to be a bush pilot, flying supplies and passengers to remote locations where roads didn't exist and civilization was just a concept. My girlfriend thought I was crazy. We had a massive fight one night in that empty apartment, her voice echoing off the bare walls as she listed all the reasons I was making the biggest mistake of my life. We broke up not long after, and honestly, it was probably for the best. She wanted stability, a white picket fence, Sunday brunches. I wanted something I couldn't even name yet. About a month later, after selling off or giving away like half of the stuff I owned, I flew up to Alaska and out to the little airfield that would become my new workplace. It was a far cry from the massive international airports I was used to, just a small runway carved out of the wilderness, a weathered hangar, and a tiny office that looked like it had been built in the 1950s and never updated. I stayed in a cabin just a short walk from the airfield, and when I first saw it that evening as the sun was setting, my heart sank. The place was so run down that for a moment, standing there with my duffel bag in hand, I wondered if I'd actually made a terrible mistake. The cabin looked like it had been abandoned for years. The wood was gray and weathered, several windows were cracked, and the front porch sagged dangerously to one side. Inside was worse. The floorboards creaked with every step, and several felt soft enough that I worried about putting my full weight on them. There was a thick layer of dust on everything, and the air smelled of mildew and something else I couldn't identify, something organic and slightly rotten. The furniture that came with the place consisted of a lumpy bed with a stained mattress, a rickety table, and a chair that wobbled when I tested it. The kitchenette had an ancient stove that I wasn't entirely sure still worked, and when I turned on the faucet, the water came out rust brown. That first night was rough. I lay on that questionable mattress, wrapped in my sleeping bag because I didn't trust the bedding, listening to unfamiliar sounds. The wind moved through the trees with a low moan. Something scratched at the outside walls, probably just branches, I told myself. Animals moved through the underbrush nearby. Every noise made me tense, my eyes snapping open in the darkness. But then I made a trip over to Fairbanks the next day to pick up some groceries and home improvement supplies. Over the following week, I threw myself into renovating the cabin. I replaced the worst of the floorboards, patched the roof, cleaned every surface until my hands were raw, and brought in new bedding, curtains, and even a decent coffee maker. I fixed the sagging porch, replaced the cracked windows, and gave the whole place a fresh coat of paint inside. Slowly, the cabin started to feel a little more like home, and I remembered why the whole thing had seemed like a good idea in the first place. It was peaceful in a way that the city never was. There was no traffic noise, no sirens, no neighbors fighting through thin walls, just the wind in the trees and the occasional call of a bird. I got to set my own schedule, wake up when I wanted, go to bed when I felt like it. Some of my passengers ended up being incredibly interesting people. Researchers studying wildlife, geologists mapping the terrain, old-timers who'd been living in the bush for decades and had stories that would make your hair stand on end. There was something about living wild that felt good for my soul. I'm not about to get poetic on you, but there's no other way to describe it. Every morning I'd wake up to sunlight filtering through the trees, make my coffee, and step out onto that porch I'd fixed with my own hands. The air up there was different, cleaner somehow, so crisp it almost hurt to breathe in deeply. Life was good, but that didn't mean there wasn't turbulence here and there. I had trouble in the air on more than one occasion. There was the time my engine started making a grinding noise halfway to a remote research station, and I had to nurse the plane down to a barely adequate landing strip with my heart hammering in my chest the entire descent. There was the day I hit unexpected turbulence so severe that I thought the wings might tear off, the plane bucking and dropping like a stone before catching air again. I had encounters with wildlife that made me realize just how vulnerable humans really are. There was the moose that charged my cabin one evening, a massive bull that decided my porch was in his territory. I watched from the window as he demolished my woodpile, his enormous antlers swinging back and forth. There was the grizzly I spotted from the air, standing on its hind legs and easily 8 feet tall, pawing at a tree. And there was the wolf pack I saw one winter evening, their eyes reflecting my flashlight as they stood at the edge of the clearing, watching my cabin with an intelligence that was unsettling. I saw one or two things from the air that I'd never be able to fully explain. Strange patterns in the snow that looked almost deliberate, an abandoned settlement that wasn't on any map I had, the buildings slowly being reclaimed by the forest. Once I swear I saw a person standing alone in the middle of a frozen lake, miles from anywhere, but when I circled back they were gone. And this is the story of just one of them, the one that still keeps me up at night. It was early May of 2018, and I was making what should have been a pretty routine flight. I was taxiing a couple of researchers from one location to another, both of them biologists studying migration patterns of caribou, if I remember correctly. They were pleasant enough company, chatting about their work in the back of my small plane, occasionally pointing out something interesting on the ground below. I'd been in the air for about 2 hours already, flying under superb weather conditions for the spring. The sky was clear, visibility was perfect, and there was hardly any wind. It was the kind of flying weather that makes you remember why you got into aviation in the first place. The landscape below was breathtaking, an endless expanse of forest stretching to the horizon, broken up by rivers that gleamed like silver threads in the sunlight. The ground beneath was a carpet of trees, spruce and pine mostly, their dark green broken up by the lighter green of birch and aspen just starting to leaf out. Every so often there'd be a clearing, some large, some smaller. Most were completely bare except for the occasional rogue tree that had somehow taken root in the open space. Then something down below suddenly caught my eye. At first I almost dismissed it, just another clearing, nothing special. But something about it nagged at me. I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was, but my gut told me to pay attention. I looked again, banking the plane slightly to get a better view. The clearing was roughly circular, maybe 50 yards across, and there, near the center, was a row of what looked like saplings all standing in a perfect line. It struck me as an odd sight among all that wilderness. Nature doesn't do straight lines. Trees grow where seeds fall, following no particular pattern. This was deliberate, geometric, human. Since there are few straight lines in nature, I knew there was a good chance it was man-made. Maybe someone had planted them as part of some reforestation project, or maybe they were markers for a property line. But who would be marking property lines this far out in the middle of nowhere? The researchers were still talking in the back, oblivious to what I was seeing. I didn't want to alarm them, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. My hands felt clammy on the controls, and I realized my heartbeat had picked up. As I got closer and ended up passing the clearing with it on my left, I looked out the window and got a better view. They weren't saplings at all. They were too uniform, too straight. The color was wrong too. Not the brown-green of young trees, but something paler, almost bleached looking. They were crosses, large wooden crosses, planted in the ground. My mouth went dry. Who puts crosses in the middle of nowhere? A memorial maybe for someone who died out here. But why so many, and why in such a remote location? I banked left, turning so I could pass the clearing a second time at a lower altitude. You don't see stuff like that out in the middle of nowhere, and I guess curiosity got the better of me. I told myself I was being silly, that there was probably a perfectly reasonable explanation, but I needed to see for myself. Just checking something out, I called back to the researchers, keeping my voice level. Thought I saw something interesting. Coming up on the clearing again, I dropped altitude, maybe 200 feet lower than before. I could see them more clearly now. Yes, definitely crosses. Big ones too, maybe 10 or 12 feet tall, made of what looked like rough-hewn timber. There were 7 of them in total, spaced about 10 feet apart in a perfect line. But it was only when I flew directly overhead, low enough that I could see details, that my entire body went cold. There were people attached to those crosses. Not nailed, I realized with a sick feeling in my stomach, but tied. Heavy ropes bound their arms to the crossbeams, their bodies hanging forward against the restraints. Some were completely still, their heads hanging down. I couldn't tell from this distance if they were unconscious or dead. God, I hoped they were unconscious. But others were moving, writhing, actually. I could see their bodies twisting against the ropes, their heads moving from side to side. Even from the air I could sense their desperation, their agony. One of them was thrashing so violently that I could see the cross itself shaking. They were almost camouflaged from a distance. Their clothes, what remained of them anyway, were dark and tattered, blending in with the weathered wood. That's why I'd almost missed them, why they'd looked like saplings from farther away. How long had they been there? Hours? Days? My hands were shaking on the controls. I felt bile rise in my throat. This was wrong. This was so fundamentally wrong that my brain was having trouble processing what I was seeing. Things like this didn't happen. This was Alaska in 2018, not medieval Europe. This was the modern world. This couldn't be real. But it was real. I'd seen it with my own eyes. I didn't take another pass. I couldn't. My whole body was trembling, and I needed to get myself back on course before the researchers noticed something was wrong. I pulled the plane up and to the right, putting the clearing behind me. My mind was racing. What did I just see? Who were those people? How did they get there? Who did this to them? I hit my radio, trying to raise anyone within range. My voice came out steadier than I felt. This is November 724 Victor Papa. Does anyone copy? Static. Then more static. Then finally, a crackle and a voice. This is Northern Timber Camp. We copy you for Victor Papa. Thank God. Northern Timber, I need you to get in touch with the Wilderness Search and Rescue. I've spotted what looks like people in distress about 40 miles south of your position. There was a pause. What kind of distress? I hesitated. If I told him the truth, he'd think I was crazy. He'd probably wonder if I was drunk or high. And even if he believed me, by the time rescue got there, how much time would have passed? Would those people still be alive? Looks like some campers who might be in trouble, I finally said. I couldn't get a good look, but something seemed off. Can you get search and rescue out there? Sure thing. For Victor Papa. We'll get on the horn. Can you give me coordinates? I rattled off the coordinates, my voice mechanical. The guy at the logging camp said he'd contact search and rescue right away, and I thanked him, then switched off the radio. I left to make the rest of the flight with nothing but my thoughts and theories to keep me company. What had I just witnessed? Was it some kind of cult activity? Some twisted punishment? Were they put there to die? left for exposure and dehydration to take them? Or was it something else, something I couldn't even imagine? I didn't mention anything to the researchers. What would I say? They continued their conversation about caribou migration patterns and population dynamics, completely unaware of the horror I'd just witnessed. Their company was actually a huge relief because it kept my mind from spiraling into darker and darker places. But on that last leg of the flight, when I dropped them off and was flying solo back to the airfield, I was alone with my thoughts again. The sun was starting to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that seemed obscenely beautiful given what I'd seen. I started thinking that maybe all that solitude and isolation was getting to me. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe stress or fatigue had made me see something that wasn't there. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. The image was burned into my brain. Those crosses, those writhing bodies, that sense of absolute wrongness. When I landed, I immediately radioed my boss Tom on the long-range radio I had in my cabin. My hands were still shaking as I held the microphone. I told him about what I'd seen, or rather what I thought I might have seen out there in the wilderness. I tried to keep my voice steady, professional, but I'm sure he could hear the strain. There was a long pause. Then he said, "Take a week off. Fly back to Fairbanks tomorrow. Stay in town for a bit." "I'm fine," I protested. I just needed to tell someone." "That's not a request," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "You need some human contact. Trust me on this." So I did. The next day I flew to Fairbanks, and Tom met me for dinner at a little restaurant that served massive steaks and loaded baked potatoes. The place was warm and loud, full of people talking and laughing, the clatter of silverware on plates, classic rock playing on a jukebox in the corner. It was exactly what I needed. We didn't talk about the crosses right away. We talked about the job, about life, about nothing in particular. Tom had been flying in Alaska for 30 years, and he had a weathered, lived-in face that told stories all on its own. He was good company, the kind of person who listened more than he talked. But eventually, over coffee after our meal, he brought it up. "So, the crosses." I nodded, stirring sugar into my cup even though I didn't take sugar. "Just needed something to do with my hands." "Search and rescue went out there," he said. My head snapped up. "And didn't find anything. No crosses, no people, just an empty clearing." The coffee turned sour in my stomach. "That's impossible. I saw them. I flew low enough to see people moving on those crosses." "I believe you," Tom said, and there was something in his voice that made me think he really did. "But they're gone now. Either someone moved them, or—" He trailed off, leaving the other possibilities hanging in the air. We sat in silence for a moment. Then Tom leaned back in his chair and said something I never forgot. "You know, people think Florida is the weirdest state in the Union, and maybe out of the lower 48 it is. But of all the places I've ever lived, Alaska takes the cake for sheer weirdness." He took a sip of his coffee, his eyes distant. "It's not just all the people who've gone missing over the years either. It's the people who haven't gone missing. The ones who moved up here to get away from things, from society, from the law, from their past. People like you, I guess, though you're running towards something, not away from it." I wanted to protest that comparison, but he continued. "Most of them, they just want to be left alone so they can live how they want, and we leave them alone. That's the unspoken rule up here. You don't ask too many questions. You don't poke your nose where it doesn't belong. Because some of the things people get up to when they think nobody's watching." He shook his head. "Sometimes it's better not to know. But those people might have been part of something," he said quietly. "Some religious group, some survivalist cult, who knows? Might have been volunteers in some extreme ritual. Might have been prisoners of someone twisted enough to do something like that. Point is, they're gone now, and you did what you could by reporting it." I flew back out to the bush after that week, back to my little cabin that I'd fixed up with my own hands. I went back to flying passengers and cargo to remote locations. Life continued. But I never forgot those crosses. I never forgot the sight of those people bound to them, some still, some moving in what must have been unbearable pain. Late at night, when the wind howls through the trees and I'm alone with my thoughts, I wonder about them. Who were they? Did they survive? Did search and rescue really find nothing? Or did they find something they were told to keep quiet about? I hope it was part of some voluntary religious reenactment, some extreme passion play where those people were up there of their own free will and lived to tell the tale, that they were taken down shortly after I flew over, that they went home to warm beds and hot meals and families who loved them. Because the alternative, thinking they were put up there to die slowly, to suffer in isolation where nobody would hear their screams, is almost too horrible to think about. But I do think about it. I think about it more than I'd like to admit. And sometimes, when I'm flying over the wilderness and I spot a clearing below, my hands tighten on the controls and I force myself not to look too closely. Because some things, once you've seen them, you can never unsee. Some knowledge, once gained, becomes a weight you carry forever. The Alaska wilderness keeps its secrets well. And maybe, as Tom suggested, sometimes it's better that way. But those crosses, those people, they're my secret now too, burned into my memory. A reminder that civilization is just a thin veneer, and beyond its borders, humans are capable of things that defy explanation, things that make you question everything you thought you knew about the world. I still fly these routes. I still love the freedom, the solitude, the raw beauty of Alaska. But I fly with different eyes now, always wondering what other horrors might be hidden in those endless miles of wilderness, waiting for someone to fly low enough, at just the right angle, to see what shouldn't be seen. My name is Fletcher Haynes, and back in 2002, I had an experience that changed my life forever. The events I'm about to share have haunted me for over 2 decades, reshaping everything I thought I knew about the world and what lurks in its darkest corners. I was born and raised in Chicago's bustling Wicker Park neighborhood, where the closest thing to wildlife was the occasional raccoon rummaging through garbage bins. My life revolved around computer screens and office buildings. I was a senior software engineer at a prominent tech firm, spending my days debugging code and attending endless meetings. Nature was something I experienced through Discovery Channel documentaries, and I was perfectly content with that arrangement. Then came the divorce, a messy separation that left me questioning everything about my life choices and the direction I was heading. It was during this vulnerable period that my college friends, Nolan Reynolds, Rocco Martinez, and Quinn Thompson, convinced me to join them on what was supposed to be a therapeutic getaway to the Colorado Rockies. Nolan, always the optimist, had found what he described as the perfect spot, a secluded cabin nestled deep in the Pike National Forest, miles away from the nearest town. Just what you need, he insisted, his enthusiasm infectious. No phones, no emails, no lawyers, just 4 guys reconnecting with nature and themselves. Looking back, I wish I'd trusted my initial hesitation. The cabin itself was a testament to rustic charm. A 2-story structure built in the 1950s with weathered cedar siding and a sprawling wraparound porch that offered panoramic views of the surrounding wilderness. The interior was surprisingly well maintained, with modern amenities thoughtfully integrated into the traditional mountain aesthetic: plush leather couches, a fully equipped kitchen, and 4 comfortable bedrooms upstairs. The living room centerpiece was a massive stone fireplace that reached up to the exposed beam ceiling. The air inside smelled of pine and wood smoke, a striking contrast to the urban pollution I'd grown accustomed to. Those first few days were genuinely therapeutic. We fell into an easy rhythm, spending our mornings hiking the numerous trails that spiderwebbed through the surrounding forest. Afternoons were dedicated to fishing in the nearby stream, where Rocco, despite his city upbringing, proved surprisingly adept at catching rainbow trout. The evenings were filled with laughter around the fireplace or out on the porch, sharing stories and memories from our college days while nursing bottles of craft beer. Nolan, true to form, kept us entertained with his peculiar brand of humor, his infamous quantum mechanics chicken joke, which involved Schrodinger's cat somehow crossing the road in multiple dimensions simultaneously, became a running gag, growing more absurd with each retelling. The transformation from our normal lives was remarkable. Quinn, who normally carried the weight of his investment banking career like a visible burden, seemed years younger. Rocco's usually sharp edges had softened, and even I found myself forgetting about the divorce proceedings waiting for me back in Chicago. But on that third night, everything changed. We were gathered around a campfire, the flames casting dancing shadows on our faces, as we roasted marshmallows and shared ghost stories, harmless fun that would soon turn into something far more sinister. The first indication that something was wrong came as a deep resonating sound from the darkness beyond our circle of firelight. It wasn't like anything we'd heard in the previous days, not the familiar rustle of deer moving through underbrush or the occasional hoot of an owl. This was something heavier, more deliberate, as if something massive was methodically making its way through the forest. The conversation died immediately, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the crackling of our fire. Nolan, always the de facto leader of our group, grabbed his heavy-duty flashlight, the kind used by search and rescue teams, and swept its beam across the tree line. The light caught nothing but shadows and swaying branches, but the sound had stopped abruptly, as if whatever was out there knew it had been spotted and was now watching us. Rocco attempted to break the tension with a nervous laugh, suggesting it was probably just a deer, or maybe even a moose. But his voice carried an edge of uncertainty that did nothing to ease our collective unease. The incident cast a pall over the rest of the evening, and we retired to the cabin earlier than usual, double-checking the locks on the doors, something we hadn't bothered with before. That night, lying in my bed listening to the unfamiliar creaks and groans of the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted in our wilderness paradise. The forest that had seemed so welcoming just hours before now felt like an alien landscape, harboring secrets we weren't meant to discover. The next morning, Quinn and I decided to clear our heads with a hike while Nolan and Rocco opted for some fishing. The trail we chose led deeper into the forest than we'd ventured before, winding through increasingly dense vegetation. We talked about normal things, work, relationships, future plans, but there was an undercurrent of tension in our conversation, as if we were both trying too hard to act like everything was normal. About an hour into our hike, we stumbled upon something that shattered any remaining pretense of normalcy. In a small clearing, arranged with impossible precision, was a circle of standing stones. Each rock was about waist-high, weathered by countless seasons but clearly placed there with purpose. The grass within the circle was different, darker, coarser than the surrounding vegetation. The air felt heavier here, charged with something I couldn't explain. I took several photos with my phone, trying to document what we were seeing while fighting the growing urge to flee. Quinn, usually the most rational among us, suggested we head back, and I agreed without hesitation. The return journey was marked by an increasing sense of being watched. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf seemed amplified, and we found ourselves walking faster, closer together, speaking in whispers without really knowing why. When we finally emerged from the trail near the cabin, we found Nolan and Rocco on the porch, their faces ashen. The symbols carved into the porch wood defied explanation, angular, primitive shapes that seemed to pulse with malevolent intent in the fading daylight. They were carved deep into the weathered planks, the wood around them splintered and raw, suggesting they had been etched with tremendous force. Nolan, his earlier bravado noticeably diminished, explained how he and Rocco had discovered them after returning from their unsuccessful fishing expedition. "We were only gone for 3 hours," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "No one could have gotten up here and done this without us seeing them on the road." The implications of his words hung heavy in the air. That night, we transformed the cozy cabin into a makeshift fortress. We dragged the heavy oak dining table against the front door and wedged chairs under all the doorknobs. The windows, usually left open to catch the mountain breeze, were sealed tight, their latches double and triple checked. We gathered in the living room, armed with an arsenal of improvised weapons, kitchen knives, heavy flashlights, and a rusty axe we'd found in the woodshed. The casual camaraderie of the previous nights was replaced by tense silence, broken only by the occasional creak of the cabin's timber frame and our own nervous breathing. The midnight hour brought with it a profound darkness that seemed to seep through the walls like black ink. The footsteps, when they started, were unmistakable, heavy, deliberate movements that circled the cabin with predatory patience. We could track the creature's progress by the sound of its weight on the wooden porch and the occasional scrape of what might have been claws against the exterior walls. Then came the thud, a sound so forceful it made the windows rattle in their frames. Quinn, who had been obsessively checking his phone for a signal we all knew wouldn't be there, let out an involuntary gasp. Nolan's decision to confront whatever stalked us outside was both brave and foolish, characteristics that had defined him since our college days. "We can't just sit here waiting," he declared, gripping the heavy flashlight like a club. "We need to know what we're dealing with." None of us wanted to let him go out alone, though whether this was out of loyalty or the primitive instinct not to be separated, I'm still not sure. We moved as a group toward the door, our movements synchronized by fear. The porch boards creaked beneath our feet as we emerged into the oppressive darkness. The night air was unnaturally still, carrying an odor I can only describe as ancient, like disturbing the air in a long-sealed tomb. Our flashlight beams cut through the darkness like solid things, creating more shadows than they dispelled. And there, at the tree line, we saw it, a figure that haunts my nightmares to this day. The creature stood easily 8 feet tall, its body a mass of matted dark fur that seemed to absorb our flashlight beams. But it was the eyes that fixed us in place, reflective like an animal's, yet possessed of an intelligence that was terrifyingly human. Its proportions were all wrong, with arms that hung almost to the ground, ending in hands that were too large, too articulated to belong to any known species. The head was massive, vaguely lupine, but with a slope to the forehead that suggested something closer to human, and when it opened its mouth, the teeth that gleamed in our flashlight beams were clearly designed for tearing flesh. Quinn's shout to retreat barely registered before we were all moving, stumbling over each other in our desperation to get back inside. The sound the creature made, a noise that started as a deep rumble and rose to a pitch that set our teeth on edge, seemed to reverberate through our bones. We slammed the door just as something heavy crashed against it, the impact sending tremors through the entire cabin. That night stretched into an eternity of terror. We took shifts keeping watch, though none of us really slept. The creature would retreat into the darkness only to return without warning, testing different entry points around the cabin. It seemed to be studying us, learning our patterns, waiting for a moment of weakness. The symbols on the porch began to make a terrible kind of sense. They weren't a random act of vandalism, but a message, or perhaps a warning of what was to come. By dawn, our nerves were frayed to breaking point. Exhaustion had begun to take its toll, making us jumpy and irrational. When Nolan suggested we try to make a break for the cars while we had daylight, it seemed like a reasonable plan. We spent the morning gathering our courage and what few belongings we couldn't bear to leave behind. The forest was quiet, too quiet, as if the normal wildlife had fled from something they knew to fear, but we never got the chance to execute our escape plan. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, the attack we had been dreading finally came. The sound of shattering glass from the kitchen window was like a starter's pistol for a race none of us wanted to run. What followed was chaos, a blur of motion, screams, and desperate struggle. The creature moved with impossible speed for something of its size, its massive form filling the kitchen doorway as Nolan, brave to the last, confronted it with nothing but a kitchen knife. The scene in the kitchen remains burned into my memory with horrific clarity. Nolan's confrontation with the creature was both heroic and futile. The knife seemed to do little more than enrage it. The beast's claws raked across his chest with devastating force, sending him sprawling across the floor in a spray of blood. The sight of my friend lying there, his shirt rapidly turning crimson, triggered something primal in me. I grabbed the cast iron skillet from the stove, a massive, well-seasoned piece that must have weighed close to 10 pounds, and swung it with every ounce of strength I possessed. The impact reverberated up my arms, accompanied by a shriek that seemed to shake the very foundations of the cabin. The creature staggered backward, more surprised than hurt, its eyes blazing with an intelligence that made the encounter all the more terrifying. Quinn and I seized the moment, grabbing Nolan under his arms and dragging him toward the front door. His breathing was labored, and I could feel the warmth of his blood soaking through my shirt where I supported him. That's when Rocco made his fatal decision. "The keys," he shouted, his voice cracking with panic. "We need the car keys." Before any of us could stop him, he turned back toward the cabin. I'll never forget the look in his eyes, a mixture of determination and raw fear that suggested he knew on some level what was about to happen. He disappeared into the darkness of the cabin, and seconds later, his scream pierced the night. It wasn't just a cry of fear or pain. It was the sound of a man facing something beyond his capacity to comprehend, a sound that ended with horrifying abruptness. Quinn and I didn't stop to think. Supporting Nolan between us, we stumbled down the gravel road, our legs burning with effort. Every shadow seemed to hide another monster, every rustle of leaves promising fresh horrors. The moon had disappeared behind thick clouds, leaving us in near total darkness. We were running blind, guided only by the feel of gravel under our feet, and the desperate need to put distance between ourselves and whatever had taken Rocco. Providence, or perhaps simple luck, led us to another cabin. Through the trees we saw the warm glow of electric lights, a beacon of civilization in our nightmare. The occupants, an elderly couple named the Hendersons, responded to our frantic pounding with remarkable calm. Perhaps they'd seen similar things in their years in the mountains, though they never said as much. Mrs. Henderson, a former nurse, immediately began tending to Nolan's wounds while her husband called for emergency services. The wait for help was excruciating. Every sound from the forest made us jump, and I kept expecting to see those reflective eyes peering through the windows. But whatever had attacked us seemed unwilling or unable to approach this cabin. When the ambulance finally arrived, its red lights painting the trees in surreal patterns, I felt a relief so profound it left me weak-kneed. The aftermath was almost as difficult as the encounter itself. The authorities conducted a search, of course. They found the cabin exactly as we'd described: broken window, scratched cymbals, signs of struggle, but no trace of Rocco or the creature. They attributed the attack to a bear, perhaps rabid or protecting its territory. The cymbals were dismissed as vandalism, probably done by previous guests. It was easier for them to force our experience into familiar categories than to confront the possibility of something unknown. Nolan's physical recovery was remarkable. The doctors said he was lucky, that the cuts had somehow missed anything vital, but the psychological scars ran deeper. He withdrew from society, moving to a small apartment in downtown Denver, where he was surrounded by concrete and steel. Quinn threw himself into research, becoming obsessed with finding an explanation for what we'd encountered. He spent countless hours in libraries and online forums, searching for similar incidents. It was Quinn who eventually found the Native American legends about the Shadow Walker. According to the stories passed down through generations of the Ute tribe, it was a guardian spirit that protected sacred places from those who would despoil them. The description matched what we'd seen: a massive upright figure with long arms and ancient eyes. The symbols we'd found carved into the porch were said to be warnings, marking the territory of something that had existed in those mountains long before humans arrived. The research provided a framework for understanding our experience, but it didn't bring closure. Rocco's family never gave up hope of finding him, but as the months turned into years, the searches became less frequent. The posters faded, and life moved on for everyone except those of us who knew the truth. I've never been able to settle down since that night. I move frequently, always drawn to urban areas where the only predators are human ones. I've tried therapy, medication, even hypnosis, but nothing can fully erase the memory of those reflective eyes and that terrible scream. Sometimes late at night when sleep won't come, I find myself wondering about Rocco. Did he die quickly, or is he out there somewhere, changed by whatever encountered him in that cabin? The forest holds its secrets closely, and some questions are better left unanswered. The cabin still stands. I've checked online occasionally. It's been renovated and is back on the rental market, its dark history carefully omitted from the listing. I wonder about the people who stay there, if they feel something watching them from the trees, if they notice the ancient symbols carved into the porch. I've learned to live with the knowledge that our world is stranger and more dangerous than most people imagine. The comfortable illusions of civilization, our belief that we've tamed the wild places and cataloged all their inhabitants, seem naive to me now. There are things in this world that defy our understanding, creatures that remember when humans were not the apex predators we imagine ourselves to be. For those who might find themselves in similar situations, I offer this advice. Trust your instincts. That prickle on the back of your neck, that feeling of being watched, the sudden silence in the woods. These are warnings written into our DNA by countless generations of ancestors who learned the hard way that humans don't belong everywhere. Some places should remain wild, some territories unmarked, some creatures left to their ancient domains. As for me, I've found a measure of peace in sharing my story. Not everyone believes it, of course, but those who have had their own encounters understand. We form a kind of unofficial support group, sharing our experiences in hushed voices over coffee or late-night phone calls. It helps to know we're not alone, that others have glimpsed behind the veil of ordinary reality and lived to tell about it. I still have the pictures I took of the stone circle on my phone, though they've never come out clearly, just blurred images that could be anything. Perhaps that's for the best. Some truths are too heavy for evidence, too profound for proof. They can only be carried in memory, passed on in stories, whispered as warnings to those who might venture too far from the safety of their known world. The Shadow Walker, as we've come to call it, remains out there, guarding its territory with ancient patience. And somewhere in the mountains of Colorado, a circle of stones stands in a clearing, waiting for the next group of unsuspecting visitors to stumble upon its secrets. My name is Everett Larkin, and what happened to me a few years back still sends shivers down my spine whenever I think about it. I'm an ordinary guy with a not-so-ordinary hobby. I collect vintage typewriters, not just any typewriters, but machines with history, with character etched into their worn keys and faded ribbons. You'd be amazed at the stories these old machines can tell if you're willing to listen. Each ding of the carriage return, every faded letter struck into aging paper, speaks of countless words typed by countless hands over decades of use. My wife Darla thinks I'm a bit crazy for it, but she indulges me with the patient understanding that comes from 15 years of marriage. We don't have kids, so we have time and money to spend on weird things like that. Our modest suburban home has slowly transformed into something of a museum, with typewriters from different eras adorning nearly every available surface. It was this passion that led us to that fateful weekend in October. We decided to take a trip to an old cabin in the woods, owned by a friend of mine, Jeremy. He had mentioned there might be some interesting typewriters stored in the attic, remnants of his grandfather's estate that had been gathering dust for decades. I couldn't resist the allure of uncovering a new treasure, especially given his grandfather's reputation as an avid collector of antiques. It was a secluded place, somewhere in the depths of Maine's forested hills, perfect for a weekend away from the hustle and bustle of our city life. The cabin had been in Jeremy's family for generations, tucked away on 100 acres of pristine woodland that had somehow escaped the developer's axe. Darla and I loaded up our car and headed out on a Friday afternoon, the trunk filled with supplies and my restoration kit, just in case we found something worth salvaging. The drive was long, winding through dense forests that seemed to grow more primeval with each passing mile. The late autumn colors were in full display, creating a canopy of red and gold that filtered the afternoon sunlight into strange patterns on the narrow road. The occasional deer crossed our path, their eyes reflecting our headlights as dusk began to settle in. We passed through small towns that grew increasingly sparse until finally, we turned onto a dirt road that seemed to lead straight into the heart of the wilderness. The cabin was rustic, to say the least. A two-story structure built in the 1920s with weathered cedar shingles and a stone chimney that looked like it had been standing since the beginning of time. Creaky floors, dim lighting, and a musty smell that reminded me of my grandmother's attic permeated every room. The electricity worked, barely, running off an old generator that hummed somewhere behind the house, and the plumbing was functional, if temperamental. Darla laughed at my excitement as I practically bounded up the stairs to the attic the moment we arrived. My flashlight beam dancing across the dust motes that swirled in the air. The attic was a treasure trove of old forgotten items, the kind of place that makes a collector's heart race with anticipation. Dusty books with cracked leather spines lined makeshift shelves. Broken furniture created shadowy obstacles in the beam of my flashlight. And yes, a couple of vintage typewriters sat forgotten in the corners. I set to work immediately, cleaning and inspecting them with the reverence of an archaeologist uncovering ancient artifacts. The dust of decades fell away under my careful touch, revealing the stories hidden beneath. One in particular caught my eye. A Remington No. 7, manufactured sometime in the early 1900s. What made it unique were the intricate carvings on its body. Delicate scrollwork that I'd never seen on this model before. It looked like it hadn't been touched in decades, the keys frozen with age and grime. But there was something about it that called to me. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, and as I ran my fingers over the carved patterns, I could have sworn I felt them shift slightly under my touch. Though I attributed this to the poor lighting and my overwrought imagination, Saturday morning dawned bright and clear, and Darla suggested we go for a hike. The weather was perfect, crisp and cool, with the kind of autumn air that makes you feel alive, sharp enough to wake you up but not so cold as to be uncomfortable. We packed a small lunch of sandwiches and trail mix, filled our water bottles, and set off on a trail behind the cabin. The forest was dense but beautiful, with ancient trees towering overhead like silent guardians. The path was well marked but clearly hadn't seen much use recently, with fallen leaves covering most of the trail. It was peaceful, with only the sounds of birds and the rustling of leaves to keep us company, though occasionally we would hear something larger moving through the underbrush, just out of sight. We joked and laughed as we walked, feeling a world away from our usual routine of morning commutes and office meetings. The forest had a way of making everything else seem distant and unimportant, as if we had stepped into another time entirely. We found a small clearing for lunch, sitting on a fallen log while sharing our meal and planning future adventures. The shadows of the trees created strange patterns on the forest floor, and more than once I caught myself staring at them, thinking they looked almost like words written in an ancient, forgotten language. We returned to the cabin in the late afternoon, tired but happy, our clothes smelling of pine needles and wood smoke from the small fire we'd built to warm ourselves during lunch. As the sun began to set, a chill settled in the air, the kind that seeps into your bones and makes you grateful for solid walls and a roof over your head. Darla went inside to start dinner while I stayed out on the porch, tinkering with the Remington I had found. I had brought it down from the attic, hoping the better light would help me understand its mysterious carvings. I was so engrossed in my work that I didn't notice how quickly the light was fading, the forest growing darker and more oppressive with each passing minute. Just as I was about to head inside, I heard a noise. It was faint but unmistakable, the sound of footsteps on dry leaves, the crack of twigs, and the soft rustle of movement that could only be made by something of significant size. I looked around, expecting to see a deer or maybe a stray hiker, but there was nothing. The trees stood silent and still, their branches reaching toward the darkening sky like grasping fingers. A gust of wind stirred the leaves, and for a moment, I could have sworn I heard something that sounded like whispered words carried on the breeze. Shrugging it off, I went inside to join Darla for dinner, though the uneasy feeling followed me through the door. The night fell quickly, and with it, a sense of unease seemed to settle over the cabin. What had felt cozy during the day now felt claustrophobic in the dark, the windows becoming black mirrors that reflected our movements while hiding whatever might be lurking outside. Darla and I settled in the living room, the fireplace casting flickering shadows on the walls that seemed to dance with a life of their own. We talked about our hike, our plans for the future, and the typewriter I was so excited about, but that sound of footsteps lingered in the back of my mind. The flames in the fireplace began to die down, and the shadows grew longer and darker. The wind had picked up outside, making the old cabin creak and groan like a living thing. We tried to keep our conversation light, but there was an underlying tension that neither of us wanted to acknowledge. Sometime after midnight, I woke up to a noise that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a thud, followed by what sounded like dragging, as if something heavy was being pulled across the floor above us. My heart raced as I lay still, listening intently to the darkness. Darla stirred beside me but didn't wake up, her breathing remaining steady and deep. The sound came again, more distinct this time, and undeniably coming from the attic. I slipped out of bed, my bare feet silent on the cold wooden floor, grabbed a flashlight, and crept toward the sound. The noise was coming from the attic, growing more distinct with each step I took up the stairs. I cursed under my breath, knowing that the last thing any sane person would do was investigate a creepy attic in the middle of the night. But curiosity and concern got the better of me. After all, it could be a raccoon or some other animal that had found its way inside. I climbed the stairs as quietly as possible, though the old wood groaned under my weight despite my best efforts. When I reached the attic door, I paused, my hand resting on the cold metal of the doorknob. The dragging sound had stopped, replaced by a soft, almost imperceptible rustling, like paper being moved by an invisible hand. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open, the hinges protesting with a long, low creak that seemed to echo through the entire house. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. Everything was as I had left it. Old books, broken furniture, and the remaining typewriter I hadn't brought downstairs. But something felt different, the air heavier somehow, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. I was about to turn back, feeling foolish for letting my imagination run wild, when I noticed something odd about the typewriter's ribbon. The black ribbon, which had been neatly spooled when I left it, was now unraveling, as if someone or something had been typing on it. I approached it cautiously, half expecting something to jump out at me from the shadows that seemed to retreat just beyond the reach of my flashlight beam. But there was nothing, just the soft sound of my own breathing and the distant whisper of wind through the trees outside. The typewriter sat innocently on its table, looking exactly as it had earlier, except for that ribbon. I picked up the unspooled ribbon with trembling hands, holding it close to the flashlight beam. The words typed out made no sense at first glance. Random letters and symbols scattered across the black fabric like some sort of cryptic code. Some sequences repeated. HLPME and DNTGO appeared multiple times, as if someone had been frantically typing without proper spacing or punctuation. The ribbon itself felt cold to the touch, much colder than it should have been in the stuffy attic. I carefully rewound it and put it back in place, telling myself it was just an old machine acting up, that the ribbon had simply come loose from age and gravity. But deep down, I knew something was off. The precise patterns of the letters, the way they clustered together, it wasn't random mechanical failure. The next morning, over coffee that tasted unusually bitter despite being made the same way we always did, I told Darla about the noise on the typewriter. She laughed it off, though the sound was hollow and didn't reach her eyes. "You're letting your imagination run wild, Ev," she said, stirring her coffee absently. "Old houses make weird noises. It's probably just the temperature changes affecting the metal parts." Maybe she was right. We spent the day exploring the area, hiking different trails than before, trying to put the night's events out of our minds. But I noticed how Darla kept looking over her shoulder, how she stayed closer to me than usual, her hand often finding mine as we walked. The autumn day was beautiful, with sunlight filtering through the canopy of red and gold leaves. But something felt different from yesterday. The forest seemed less welcoming, the shadows deeper, the silence more oppressive. We came across an old stone wall, half crumbled and covered in moss, that seemed to serve no purpose this deep in the woods. Darla suggested turning back when we found what looked like old survey markers with strange symbols carved into them. Neither of us said it, but we were both relieved to return to the cabin. That evening, we built a fire in the old stone fireplace and made s'mores, trying to recapture the simple joy of a weekend getaway. The flames cast dancing shadows on the walls, and for a while we managed to convince ourselves that everything was normal. We talked about mundane things, work, future vacation plans, whether we should finally get that dog Darla had been wanting, but as darkness fell, the uneasy feeling returned, heavier than before. This time Darla felt it too. She mentioned hearing whispers, like distant conversations just on the edge of hearing, coming from somewhere behind the walls. "It's like they're speaking, but I can't quite make out the words," she said, her voice tight with anxiety. I tried to reassure her, but the truth was, I'd been hearing them too. They seemed to follow us from room to room, always just quiet enough to make us doubt our own senses. We decided to call it a night early, hoping to shake off the weirdness with sleep. I made sure all the doors and windows were locked, though I couldn't shake the feeling that such precautions were pointless against whatever was happening here. Around 2 a.m., I woke up again, this time not to a sound, but to a feeling of being watched. The bedroom was pitch black except for the faint moonlight filtering through the curtains, casting strange patterns on the ceiling. I turned over and saw Darla was awake too, lying perfectly still, staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of our breathing. "Hear what?" I asked, though I already knew what she was going to say. "Footsteps," she replied, outside the window. My heart pounded as I listened. Sure enough, there was a faint crunching of leaves, deliberate and slow, as if whatever was out there wanted us to hear it. The steps moved from one window to the next, circling the cabin with terrible patience. I grabbed the flashlight and the baseball bat we'd brought for protection, a precaution that had seemed almost silly when we packed it, and slowly approached the window. The darkness outside was absolute, the kind of deep black that seems to swallow light itself. I saw nothing but the vague outlines of trees and the occasional glint of moonlight on wet leaves. "I'm going to check it out," I said, more to reassure myself than Darla. We both knew I had to investigate, if only to prove to ourselves that there was a rational explanation. "Be careful," she replied, her voice trembling. She didn't try to stop me, but I could feel her fear as palpable as my own. The night air hit me like a physical force when I stepped outside, cold and damp and somehow much colder than it should have been for October. The flashlight's beam seemed weaker than before, barely penetrating the darkness that pressed in from all sides. I moved cautiously around the cabin, every sound amplified in the silence, the crunch of leaves under my feet, the soft whisper of wind through the trees, and something else, something that sounded almost like breathing coming from just beyond the reach of my light. As I rounded the corner of the cabin, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Footprints in the damp earth, perfectly formed and unmistakably human, led away from the cabin into the woods. They weren't the hiking boot prints Darla and I had left earlier. These were bare feet, pressed deep into the soil as if whatever made them carried great weight. The stride was too long to be natural, the impressions too sharp in the soft ground. Against every instinct for self-preservation, I followed them, my heart thundering in my chest. The footprints led deeper into the forest, away from the safety of the cabin's warm lights. I should have turned back. Everything I'd ever learned about horror movies and common sense screamed at me to return to Darla and leave this place immediately. But something compelled me forward, as if the force that had been watching us all weekend was now physically pulling me toward some inevitable confrontation. The footprints ended at a clearing I hadn't noticed during our daytime explorations, where an old decrepit shed stood in stark silhouette against the star-filled sky. The shed looked ancient, far older than the cabin, its wooden planks warped and twisted by countless seasons of rain and snow. The roof had partially caved in on one side, creating a jagged hole that resembled a gaping mouth. What struck me most was how wrong it looked, not just old or abandoned, but fundamentally out of place, as if it had been transplanted from somewhere else entirely. Dark stains ran down the walls like tears, and the door hung askew on rusted hinges that creaked softly in the night breeze. I approached the shed, the flashlight beam revealing more footprints around the entrance, overlapping each other in chaotic patterns. Some led in, none led out. The air grew noticeably colder as I neared the structure, and that musty smell I'd noticed in the cabin was stronger here, mixed with something else, a sharp metallic odor that reminded me of old pennies. I hesitated at the threshold, every instinct telling me to turn back, but I had to know what was going on. The baseball bat felt inadequate in my sweating hands as I pushed the door open, wincing at the loud groan of protesting hinges. The smell hit me first, decay and dampness, a combination that made my stomach turn. It was the smell of old death and wet earth, of things that should remain buried. I shone the flashlight around, revealing old tools hanging on the walls, their edges dark with what I hoped was rust. Broken furniture lay scattered about as if thrown by some tremendous force, and what looked like animal bones were scattered across the dirt floor. But it was what lay in the corner that turned my blood to ice. A figure huddled there, shrouded in darkness. Even my flashlight seemed reluctant to penetrate. "Who's there?" I demanded, trying to keep the fear from my voice. The figure didn't move at first, but I could hear ragged breathing, wet and labored. I took a step closer, the beam of the flashlight finally illuminating a face that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. It was a man, or what was left of one. His skin was a pale gray, stretched tight over sharp bones like paper left too long in the sun. His eyes were sunken and hollow, but they reflected the flashlight beam with an unnatural amber glow. What little remained of his clothes hung in tatters, stained dark with substances I didn't want to identify. He looked at me with a mixture of fear and desperation that seemed somehow worse than any aggression could have been. "Help me," he whispered, his voice like dry leaves scraping across stone. Despite the cold, sweat ran down my back as I stood frozen in place. "What happened to you?" I managed to ask, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. His cracked lips moved soundlessly for a moment before he found his voice again. "They're coming," he said, his words tumbling out faster now, more urgent. "They're coming for you, just like they came for me. The typewriter, it's their way in, their gateway. You have to destroy it before—" Before he could finish, his whole demeanor changed. His body tensed, and those amber eyes suddenly blazed with an internal light. "Too late," he growled. But it wasn't his voice anymore. The sound was deeper, resonating with something ancient and malevolent. He lunged at me with impossible speed, fingers curved into claws, mouth open to reveal teeth that had been filed to sharp points. I swung the baseball bat purely on instinct, connecting solidly with his chest. There was a sound like breaking branches, and he fell back, gasping for breath. The impact felt wrong, too solid and too hollow at the same time, as if what I'd struck wasn't entirely physical. I didn't wait to see if he'd get up. I turned and ran, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I sprinted back toward the cabin. Branches whipped at my face, and roots seemed to reach up to grab my feet, but terror gave me speed I didn't know I possessed. I burst through the cabin door, slamming it behind me and throwing the deadbolt. Darla was waiting in the living room, her face pale with fear. "What happened?" she asked, though I think she could read the answer in my expression. "There's a man in the shed," I gasped, trying to catch my breath. Even as I spoke, we could hear movement outside, not just footsteps now, but a soft scratching at the walls, as if multiple somethings were testing the cabin's defenses. We barricaded the door and windows, our hearts pounding with fear. The rest of the night passed in a blur of whispers and distant footsteps, as if the forest itself was alive and watching us. The sound circled the cabin endlessly, sometimes coming right up to the windows, sometimes retreating into the distance only to return again. Neither of us slept. We sat in the living room, clutching each other's hands, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. When dawn finally came, we didn't wait to pack properly. We threw our essential belongings into bags and ran for the car. As we loaded our things, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched by countless unseen eyes. Darla felt it too. I could tell by the way she kept looking over her shoulder, her hands shaking as she tried to help me with the bags. We didn't talk much on the drive back, the silence heavy with fear and confusion. Each mile we put between ourselves and the cabin felt like escaping from a nightmare, but somehow I knew it wasn't over. When we got home, we tried to put the whole experience behind us. We went back to our normal routines, never speaking about what had happened that weekend. But the memories lingered, the feeling of unease never quite leaving. I couldn't look at my typewriter collection without remembering the night in the cabin, the man in the shed, and the whispers in the darkness. I started selling off my collection, piece by piece, until only a few remained. A few weeks later, I received a call from Jeremy. He sounded frantic, his words tumbling over each other in his haste to get them out. "Everett, you need to come back," he said, his voice cracking with stress. "There's something you need to see." My heart sank at his words. "What is it?" I asked, already knowing I wouldn't like the answer. "Just come, please." Reluctantly, I agreed. I didn't tell Darla. I couldn't bear to see the fear return to her eyes. I made the drive alone, the memories of our last visit replaying in my mind like a horror movie I couldn't turn off. When I arrived, Jeremy was waiting outside the cabin, his face pale and drawn. He looked like he hadn't slept in days, dark circles under his eyes making him look much older than his years. "Jeremy, what's going on?" I asked as I got out of the car. He didn't answer, just led me inside. The cabin looked the same, but there was an air of tension, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Jeremy took me to the attic and pointed to the typewriter, the same Remington number 7 I had been so excited about during our first visit. "Look," he said, his voice shaking. I approached the typewriter, my heart pounding in my chest. The ribbon was spooled neatly, but there were fresh words typed out on a piece of paper still held in the roller. They weren't random letters this time, but a coherent message that made my blood run cold. "Leave now, before it's too late. They're choosing another." I stared at the words, my mind racing. "Jeremy, did you do this?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. He shook his head slowly. "I found it like this yesterday morning. The paper wasn't here the night before. I think the cabin is haunted, or maybe it's something worse than ghosts." I thought about the man in the shed, about his warning regarding the typewriter. "We need to leave," I said, my voice firm. "Whatever is going on, it's not safe here." Jeremy nodded, relief flooding his face at having someone else validate his fears. We left the cabin that day, locking the door behind us. I didn't look back, and neither did Jeremy. We drove away in silence, the weight of the experience heavy on our minds. In the months that followed, I tried to move on. I sold the last of my typewriter collection, unable to bear their presence in my home any longer. But the memories of that weekend haunted me. The whispers and footsteps became a constant presence in my dreams. Darla and I never spoke of it again, but sometimes I catch her looking at old typewriters in antique shops with a mixture of fear and sadness, and I know she's remembering too. Jeremy sold the cabin eventually, unable to face whatever lived there. I've thought about trying to warn the new owners, but what would I say? That there's something evil living in the woods, something that uses old typewriters as gateways, that the clicking of keys in the night might mean something is trying to break through. They wouldn't believe me. I barely believe it myself. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet except for the settling of old wood and the whisper of wind through the trees, I swear I can hear it. The faint, rhythmic clicking of typewriter keys, spelling out messages from somewhere beyond our understanding. And I lie awake, wondering if somewhere, in some dark corner of the world, another collector is about to discover that some things are better left forgotten, some stories better left untold. My name is Elwood Gardner, and this happened to me in 1987. I was a regular guy back then, working a blue-collar job as an electrician in Philadelphia. Life wasn't anything fancy, no big dreams or wild ambitions. My days revolved around work, beer on Fridays, and weekends spent either fixing things around the house or watching the Eagles play. My wife Marla was pregnant with our first kid, and like most young couples starting a family, money was tight. We lived modestly in a small row house in South Philly, carefully counting every dollar as we prepared for the baby's arrival. So when my buddy Calvin offered up his family's cabin in the Poconos for a week, I jumped at the chance. The timing seemed perfect. A week away from the city's constant noise and pressure might give me the clarity I needed about impending fatherhood. Calvin had to bail at the last minute due to some work emergency, but he insisted I take the keys and go anyway. I packed up my old Chevy pickup with supplies and headed out, promising Marla I'd be back before she even started to miss me. She laughed and made me promise to call every day, patting her growing belly as she waved goodbye from our front steps. The drive up was peaceful. Just me and the open road winding through dense forests and up into the mountains. When I finally arrived, I found the cabin was everything you'd expect from a rustic mountain retreat. A cozy little place perched on the edge of a small, serene lake called Lake Willow. It had a wraparound porch that creaked with every step, a stone fireplace that dominated the main room, and that distinct musty smell of old wood and decades of memories that you only find in places like this. Walking through the door felt like stepping back in time, and I immediately fell in love with its simple charm. Those first couple of days were exactly what I needed. I spent my time fishing off the dock, hiking the surrounding trails, and reading old magazines I found stacked in a corner of the cabin. The silence was profound. No car horns, no neighbors arguing, no phones ringing, just the whisper of wind through the trees and the occasional call of a bird. In the evenings, I'd sit on the porch with a beer, watching the sun set over the lake. One night, I even dug out an old guitar from the cabin's storage closet and tried to remember the chords I'd learned in high school. It was the kind of peaceful existence I hadn't realized I'd been craving. Everything changed on the third day. I was in my usual spot on the porch, nursing a beer and watching the sun paint the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, when I caught movement in the tree line across the lake. At first, I didn't think much of it. These woods were full of deer and other wildlife, but something about this was different. The shape I saw moving between the trees was too fluid, too deliberate in its movements. It was nearly dark by then, so I couldn't make out any details, just a dark silhouette that seemed to slip between the trees with an unnatural grace. When I squinted to get a better look, it vanished, leaving me with an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. That night, sleep proved elusive. Every sound from outside seemed amplified, branches snapping, leaves rustling, and occasionally something that sounded almost like footsteps circling the cabin. I kept telling myself it was just normal forest sounds, but deep down, I knew something was different. These noises had a purpose to them, a pattern that spoke of intelligence rather than random animal movements. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself I was just letting my imagination run wild in the unfamiliar silence of the woods. The next morning, I found the tracks. They circled the entire cabin, deep impressions in the soft earth that stopped me cold when I first spotted them. These weren't the familiar prints of any animal I knew. They were massive, wider than my hand, with distinct claw marks at the ends that sent a chill down my spine. I took several photos with the disposable camera I'd brought along, trying to document what I was seeing while simultaneously attempting to rationalize it. Maybe it was a bear, I thought, even though I knew bear tracks didn't look anything like this. These prints spoke of something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist in these woods or anywhere else. Unsettled by my discovery, I decided to drive into town. Millvale was the nearest settlement, a tiny place about 30 minutes away that consisted of little more than a general store, a diner, and a handful of houses clustered around a single intersection. I restocked my supplies at the store and then headed to the diner, hoping to casually ask around about any unusual animal sightings in the area. The place was nearly empty except for an old-timer at the counter, the kind of local fixture you find in every small town, wearing a threadbare trucker's cap and reading yesterday's newspaper while nursing a cup of coffee. I took the stool next to him and ordered my own coffee, then carefully broached the subject of the tracks I'd found. "I'm staying out at a cabin on Lake Willow," I said, trying to sound casual. "Been seeing some strange tracks around, bigger than anything I'm familiar with. Any idea what might be making them?" The way he looked at me then made my blood run cold. His weathered face grew serious, and he set down his coffee cup with deliberate slowness. "Lake Willow, you say?" He studied me for a moment before continuing. "Ain't many folks go out that way anymore? Not since the disappearances." That single word, disappearances, hung in the air between us like smoke. He went on to tell me about how, a couple of years back, several people had vanished in those woods without a trace. Search parties found nothing, no bodies, no evidence of what happened to them. Local authorities blamed it on wild animals or unfortunate accidents, but the old-timer's tone suggested he believed something else entirely. When I returned to the cabin that afternoon, I found myself viewing it differently. The cozy charm had been replaced by something more ominous. Every shadow seemed deeper, every unexpected sound more threatening. I spent the rest of the day securing the windows and doors, building up a substantial fire in the fireplace, and trying to convince myself I was overreacting. But as darkness fell, the noises began again, closer this time, more deliberate. Something was out there, moving around the cabin, testing its defenses. Around midnight, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of claws scratching at the front door. My heart hammered in my chest as I crept closer, clutching a kitchen knife in one hand and a flashlight in the other. Through the peephole I could see nothing but darkness, yet the scratching continued, slow and methodical, as if whatever was out there knew exactly what it was doing. When I flipped on the porch light, I caught my first real glimpse of the creature, a tall, hunched figure with impossibly long limbs and eyes that glowed a sickly yellow in the darkness. It let out a sound that was unlike anything I'd ever heard, a low, guttural growl that seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly in my chest. Panic took over. I knew I had to get to my truck, which was parked just a few yards from the front door. It was a desperate plan, but it was my only chance. Taking a deep breath, I threw open the door and ran for it. The creature's roar behind me was deafening, and I could hear its heavy footfalls as it gave chase. I fumbled with my keys, managing to unlock the truck door just as the thing reached me. It slammed into the side of the vehicle with incredible force, its claws leaving deep gouges in the metal, but I didn't stick around to see what it would do next. I cranked the engine and floored it, spraying gravel as I tore out of there. I drove straight to the Millvale police station, where I met Sheriff Hank Briscoe. He listened to my story with the patient skepticism of a man who'd heard similar tales before, but something in my terrified state must have convinced him to at least check it out. He sent 2 deputies to investigate the cabin, though he warned me not to expect much. I spent that night in Millvale's only motel, jumping at every sound and watching the door until dawn. The next morning, Sheriff Briscoe called to tell me they'd found nothing at the cabin except for the scratches on my truck and the door. No tracks, no evidence of any creature. He suggested, kindly but firmly, that I head back to Philadelphia and try to forget about the whole thing. But how could I forget those eyes? That sound, the way it moved. I knew what I'd seen was real, even if I couldn't explain it. I decided to cut my trip short and return home to Marla. The whole drive back, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see that thing following me. Weeks passed, and I tried to focus on preparing for the baby's arrival, but the memory of that night haunted me. Then Calvin called, sounding shaken. He'd finally made it up to the cabin and found my disposable camera. When he showed up at my house with the developed photos, my hands trembled as I looked through them. The tracks were there, clear as day, but the last photo stopped my heart. A close-up shot of those yellow eyes staring directly into the camera, a shot I knew I hadn't taken. Years went by, and life moved forward. Marla gave birth to our son, Jake, and we built a good life together. I never told her the full story of what happened at Lake Willow, and Calvin and I made an unspoken agreement to never discuss it. But I kept those photos locked away in my desk drawer, a reminder that there are things in this world that defy explanation. Then, just last week, I saw a news report about another disappearance near Lake Willow. A group of campers had vanished, leaving behind a campsite that looked like it had been ravaged by something powerful and vicious. As I watched the report, I felt a familiar chill run down my spine. I knew then that I couldn't ignore it any longer. Whatever that thing was, it was still out there, still hunting. I loaded up my truck with supplies and a hunting rifle I'd bought after my first encounter, and headed back to the Poconos. The old-timer was still at the diner in Millvale, looking like he hadn't moved from his spot in all these years. He recognized me immediately, nodding slowly as I walked in. "Back again, huh?" he said. "Figured you'd stay away after what happened." I told him about the recent disappearances, about my need to end this thing once and for all. He just looked at me for a long moment before saying, Be careful out there. Whatever it is, it's dangerous. The cabin hadn't changed much, though it looked more weathered, more forgotten. I set up inside, built a fire, and waited with my rifle ready. As night fell, the familiar sounds began. The scratching, the movement around the cabin. This time, I was prepared. When I heard it at the door, I didn't hesitate. I threw it open and found myself face to face with the creature from my nightmares. Those yellow eyes locked onto mine, and it let out that bone-chilling growl I remembered so well. I opened fire, the rifle's report echoing across the lake. The first shot hit it square in the chest, making it stumble back but not fall. I kept firing until the magazine was empty, and finally the creature collapsed. Even in death, it was unlike anything I'd ever seen. A twisted amalgamation of features that shouldn't exist together, something that defied classification. I called Sheriff Briscoe the next morning. This time, there was no denying what had happened. They took the body away for examination, though I never heard what conclusions, if any, they reached. The disappearances stopped after that night, and gradually, people started returning to Lake Willow. Now, years later, as I sit here telling this story, I still think about that old-timer in the diner and his cryptic warnings. He knew something was out there, something that didn't belong in our world. I don't know what that creature was, or where it came from, but I know this. It's gone now, and the woods around Lake Willow are safer for it. I finally told Jake the whole story when he was old enough to understand. He didn't believe me at first, but the photos don't lie. I keep them as a reminder that sometimes the things we're afraid of in the dark are real, and sometimes it falls to ordinary people to face them. So if you ever find yourself near Lake Willow, keep your eyes open and your doors locked. And if you hear scratching in the night, remember my story. Remember that there are things in this world we can't explain, but we can face them, if we have to. I always knew Snowshoe Gulch had a reputation. Most trails around Flathead National Forest do, especially if you talk to the locals who've spent their lives hunting, fishing, and guiding tourists through these mountains. Growing up here in northwest Montana, I'd heard the warnings whispered in gas stations and grocery store aisles, quiet conversations about places where compasses spun uselessly, where experienced hunters refused to venture even in daylight, where the forest itself seemed to reject human presence. My brother Thomas and I would sometimes discuss these stories over beers at the Northwoods Tavern, calling them campfire legends or the paranoid delusions of isolation-addled minds. But neither of us ever laughed too loud about it. We both knew to watch the tree line carefully when dusk settled over the peaks, when shadows stretched long and strange across the snow. When Thomas went missing with his client Isaac Brennan, in early February of 2018, those warnings came rushing back with the force of an avalanche. Thomas ran a small guiding business, taking wealthy out-of-state hunters and adventure seekers into the backcountry on snowmobile expeditions. He was 34 years old, experienced beyond his years, and methodical to the point of obsession. He carried 3 GPS units, filed detailed route plans with the Forest Service, and checked in twice daily without fail, morning and evening, like clockwork. When his scheduled evening check-in passed on February 8th with only silence crackling through the radio static, we knew something had gone catastrophically, terribly wrong. The temperature that week had plummeted to minus 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Search and Rescue Coordinator Ben Kowalski told our family that exposure could kill a man in under 3 hours in those conditions, maybe less if the wind picked up. By the time Flathead County Search and Rescue mobilized 72 hours after Thomas's last contact, hope was already a fragile, desperate thing we clung to against our better judgment and the cold mathematics of survival. I didn't join the main search group of 23 volunteers, even though Coordinator Kowalski specifically asked me to. Something in my gut, some instinct I couldn't name, told me that a large group crashing through the forest would find nothing but confusion and their own footprints. Instead, I assembled a smaller team. Sterling Whitehorse, a Blackfeet tracker I'd known since high school, who worked for the Forest Service, Deputy Lawrence Hayes from the County Sheriff's Department, and Tyler Morrison, a local snowmobile mechanic who knew every trail, game path, and hidden gully in a 100-mile radius. We left Kalispell before dawn on February 11th, our headlights cutting pale tunnels through the heavy snow flurries that rolled down from the peaks like frozen fog. The temperature gauge on my dashboard flickered between -18 and -20. Our breath created frost on the inside of our helmet visors within minutes of starting the engines. We rode hard for 3 brutal hours, following the GPS coordinates from Thomas's last ping, which had registered near the western edge of Snowshoe Gulch before his beacon went completely dead. Not just silent, but erased as if it had never existed. Snowshoe Gulch wasn't marked on most recreational maps. The area was too steep, too narrow, and too prone to avalanches for casual winter travel. It appeared on Forest Service maps as a blank space between contour lines, an absence rather than a presence. Old-timers spoke about it in the way people discuss places they'd rather forget. Brief mentions followed by quick deflections and uncomfortable silences that stretched too long. Sterling had told me once, years ago after too many beers, that his grandfather, a medicine man respected throughout the Blackfeet Nation, had called the Gulch the place where Earth remembers how to be hungry. I hadn't understood what that meant then. I was beginning to understand now. We reached the Gulch's narrow entrance around 9 in the morning, though the heavy cloud cover made it feel like perpetual twilight. Sterling slowed his snowmobile ahead of me, raising his fist in the universal signal to stop. He killed his engine, and we all followed suit. In the sudden silence, the forest felt fundamentally wrong in a way I struggled to articulate. There were no bird calls, no chittering of squirrels, no distant crow warnings echoing through the trees. Just an oppressive, smothering quiet that seemed to absorb sound rather than simply mark its absence. Sterling pulled off his helmet, his weathered face drawn with concern that bordered on fear. "This place feels sick," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might wake something that should remain dormant. "My grandfather hunted these mountains for 60 years. He'd take elk and mule deer 15 miles in any direction from here, but never here. Not once. He said the forest gave up trying to heal this place generations ago." Lawrence laughed nervously, trying to inject some normalcy into the moment. But the sound came out wrong, too high, too forced. "Come on, Sterling. We can't start spooking ourselves before we even find anything." Sterling didn't look at him. His dark eyes remained fixed on the shadows between the towering pines, studying them with the intensity of a man reading a language the rest of us couldn't understand. "Thomas was smart and careful," he said quietly, finally meeting my gaze. "If he came in here willingly, something pulled him, something he thought he had to investigate." I nodded, my throat tight with unspoken fear. Thomas had been methodical, almost paranoid about safety protocols. He wouldn't deviate from his filed route without a compelling reason, without something extraordinary demanding his attention. We restarted our engines and rode slowly into the gulch, navigating around fallen timber and snowdrifts that reached higher than our handlebars. The deeper we penetrated into that narrow canyon, the more the silence pressed against my eardrums like physical pressure. I found myself holding my breath without realizing it, releasing it in short, shallow gasps that fogged my visor and made my chest ache. Tyler spotted the snowmobiles first, pointing wordlessly with a gloved hand that trembled slightly. 2 machines sat in a small clearing about 40 yards ahead, positioned in a strange, deliberate formation, nose to nose in a perfect circle, like hands on a clock pointing to 12 and 6. Their headlights were still glowing faintly beneath accumulated snow, weak yellow beams that did nothing to illuminate the growing shadows pressing in around us. "Why would they park like that?" Tyler's voice carried a tremor he couldn't quite suppress, his breath coming faster now. I dismounted slowly and approached Thomas's sled, brushing away the snow with my glove. His keys dangled from the ignition, swaying slightly in the absent breeze. The fuel gauge registered slightly above half full. The emergency kit in the rear cargo box appeared completely untouched, flares still wrapped, first aid supplies sealed. None of it made any sense whatsoever. Thomas was compulsive about his equipment, checking and rechecking every detail obsessively. He wouldn't abandon his machine with fuel remaining and supplies unused, especially not in temperatures that could kill in hours. Sterling knelt beside the tracks leading away from the snowmobiles, studying them with the focused attention of someone reading a disturbing letter written in a language only he understood. 2 sets of prints, he announced after a long moment, both walking steadily. No running, no signs of panic or struggle. They walked deliberately away from their machines, purposefully. We followed the footprints carefully, weapons drawn now, scanning constantly. The tracks led us through dense undergrowth, weaving between massive pines whose branches blocked what little light filtered through the overcast sky, until they reached a frozen creek about 200 yards from the clearing. The prints approached the creek's bank in a steady stride, then simply ended, vanished, ceased to exist. Lawrence stepped cautiously onto the ice, testing it with his weight before crouching down to shine his flashlight through the crystalline layers. "It's solid," he said, confusion and frustration coloring his voice. "Probably 8, maybe 9 inches thick. No cracks anywhere, no signs of breaking through, no indication anyone fell through the ice." "That's impossible," Tyler muttered, walking along the creek bank in both directions, searching frantically for where the tracks might resume. "Footprints don't just disappear into nothing. They have to go somewhere." Sterling stood at the creek's edge, but he wasn't studying the ice or the banks. His eyes traced the branches overhead, following the skeletal canopy that formed a twisted lattice above us. "Something removed them," he said, his voice flat and certain in a way that made my stomach clench. "This place doesn't work the way other places work. It has its own rules, its own logic, and we don't know what they are. We're operating blind here." The sun began its descent behind the western ridgeline earlier than it should have, bringing with it a darkness that seemed to fall faster and heavier than natural twilight. We made camp on a flat rise overlooking the clearing where we'd found the abandoned snowmobiles, building a fire that crackled weakly against the suffocating stillness. The flames seemed smaller than they should be, struggling against invisible pressure, as if the darkness around us actively consumed the light before it could spread. Sterling walked the perimeter of our camp slowly and deliberately, sprinkling tobacco at measured intervals around our position while speaking softly in Blackfeet. Lawrence watched this ritual with obvious skepticism written across his face, his mouth forming questions he never quite voiced. Tyler paced restlessly near the fire, his eyes constantly darting toward the shadows that lurked and shifted between the trees. After the others rolled out their sleeping bags and settled in for the night, I remained sitting upright, staring into the impenetrable darkness beyond our small ring of firelight. Thomas was out there somewhere in that suffocating black. I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. Not the casual awareness of wildlife in the woods, but the focused, intelligent attention of something that studied us with purpose and terrible intention. I moved closer to Sterling, who sat motionless near the fire, his face illuminated by the weak, struggling flames. "What did your grandfather say lived out here?" I whispered, not wanting to wake the others. Sterling didn't look at me. His eyes remained fixed on the darkness beyond the fire's reach, unblinking. "He called it the consumer of men," he said softly, each word deliberate and weighted. "Something old and patient. Something from before the tribes claimed these mountains, before humans walked here at all. He said it stays dormant for years, sometimes decades, sleeping in the deep places. But when someone disturbs it, when someone wakes it up, it remembers what it is, and it gets hungry." A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature spread through my chest. Before I could respond, Tyler jerked upright from his sleeping bag with a strangled gasp, his eyes wide with absolute terror. He scrambled backward, pointing frantically toward the trees behind me with a shaking hand. "Someone's out there," he gasped, his voice breaking. I saw someone tall, really tall, moving between the trees, just standing there, watching us. We grabbed flashlights immediately, weapons ready, scanning the forest beyond our camp with frantic urgency. Our beams swept across snow-covered ground, stark tree trunks, and dense shadows, but revealed absolutely nothing. No tracks, no movement, no signs of any presence whatsoever. "You're seeing things," Lawrence said, though his voice carried no conviction whatsoever. His hand trembled visibly as he held his flashlight, the beam wavering. Tyler shook his head violently, retreating closer to the fire until the heat must have been uncomfortable. I know what I saw. Someone was standing there, just beyond the light, completely still, watching us. I could feel it watching. Sterling rose slowly, his jaw clenched tight. He turned back toward the fire without scanning the darkness any further. "Get what rest you can," he said quietly, settling back into his position. "Tomorrow will test us harder than today did." I lay in my sleeping bag, eyes open, staring up at the black canopy of branches overhead that blocked out even the stars. Rest wouldn't come, couldn't come. Every small sound, the settling of snow on branches, the creak of wood expanding and contracting in the brutal cold, the whisper of wind through the pines made my heart race and my breath catch. I lay there in the darkness, waiting for dawn, knowing with absolute certainty that whatever existed out here in the gulch was patient and watchful, and that it was waiting for something I couldn't understand. Morning arrived gray and bitter, a low-hanging mist clinging to Snowshoe Gulch like a burial shroud that refused to lift. I'd managed only brief moments of fitful, nightmare-haunted rest, waking repeatedly to the overwhelming sensation of being observed by something that never blinked. Sterling was already awake when I finally gave up on rest, methodically packing gear with the quiet efficiency of someone preparing for something deeply unpleasant. Lawrence stood nearby, checking his weapon repeatedly with obsessive attention, his face drawn with exhaustion and poorly concealed fear. Tyler sat near the dying embers of our fire, staring blankly at the snow, his hands shaking despite his heavy gloves and the relative warmth. We ate quickly, energy bars that tasted like sawdust and cold coffee from thermoses, speaking very little. The plan was straightforward. Return to the frozen creek where the tracks vanished, then search the ridge above for any signs of Thomas and Isaac. None of us discussed what we'd do if we found nothing. None of us mentioned the possibility that they might already be beyond any help we could provide. We retraced our route to the creek in silence. The footprints remained exactly as we'd left them, ending abruptly at the ice's edge as if whoever had made them had simply ceased to exist mid-stride. Sterling knelt again, brushing away fresh snowfall with his gloved hand, studying the prints with the intensity of someone trying to read a coded message written in a dying language. "This wasn't natural," he said, more to himself than to us, his voice tight. "Something interfered here. Something deliberately obscured what happened, erased evidence, removed traces." Lawrence cleared his throat impatiently, eager to move forward, to do something rather than simply stand and speculate. "Then let's find out what, and be done with it. We're burning what little daylight we have." Sterling rose slowly, his eyes scanning the steep ridge that loomed above us like a wall. He said nothing, but I could see the tension in his jaw, the way his shoulders remained rigid despite his attempts to appear calm and controlled. With no clear trail to follow, we began climbing the steep incline beyond the creek, picking our way through tangled deadfall and dense clusters of young pines that seemed to deliberately block our path. Snow crunched beneath our boots, the sound echoing oddly through the silent forest in ways that didn't quite make sense acoustically, as if the gulch itself were listening to our progress and considering what to do about it. The higher we climbed, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, a physical pressure against my chest that made breathing feel labored and difficult, as if the air itself had grown thicker, heavier, harder to draw into my lungs. Halfway up the slope, Tyler stopped abruptly, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps that fogged the air. What is that?" he whispered, pointing upward with a trembling hand. We turned as one, following his gaze upward through the skeletal branches. About 20 feet above us, wedged firmly into the trunk of a massive pine tree, was the skull of a large deer. Its jaw hung crookedly, broken and displaced at an unnatural angle, the empty eye sockets staring down at us with terrible, hollow accusation. The skull had been picked completely clean, every scrap of flesh and muscle removed with surgical precision, leaving only bone bleached nearly white despite the relatively recent placement. But what made my stomach clench with rising nausea was its position driven into the tree trunk at least 12 feet above the ground, embedded deeply into the solid wood as if something had thrown it with tremendous, impossible force. Who could do that? Tyler's voice barely rose above a whisper, his face pale. Lawrence stepped forward, his forensic training warring with his rational mind as he examined the skull carefully. "No blood on the bark," he said, his voice tight and strained. "No drag marks in the snow below, no ladder marks, no climbing equipment marks. No explanation for how this got up here at this height, and with this much force." Sterling was staring not at the skull but at the trees around us, his eyes wide with an emotion I couldn't quite identify. Recognition, perhaps, or confirmation of something he desperately hoped not to see. He raised his hand slowly, pointing silently deeper into the forest ahead, his arm rigid. We moved cautiously forward, weapons drawn, our breath misting in the freezing air that seemed to grow colder with each step. What we found ahead made Tyler vomit violently into the snow, choking and gasping as his body rejected what his mind was processing. Scattered through the trees ahead in a rough semicircle, arranged with deliberate, terrible precision, were pieces of animals. Deer legs, still attached to portions of hide, wedged between branches at impossible heights. Antlers driven into tree trunks at angles that defied physics. A complete ribcage suspended from a high branch by means we couldn't determine, swaying slightly in wind we couldn't feel. Everything appeared completely desiccated, dried to leather, as if something had drained every drop of moisture from the flesh before positioning the remains as territorial markers. Sterling's face had gone pale, all color draining from his weathered features. His usual stoic expression had been replaced by something very close to pure fear. He shook his head slowly, backing away from the grotesque display that surrounded us. "This is a territorial marker," he said, his voice strained and thin. "A boundary warning. Whatever lives here, whatever claims this space, it wants us gone. It's telling us to leave while we still can." Lawrence's hand shook as he lowered his rifle, his professional composure cracking visibly. "This is just someone's sick idea of—" "No man did this," Sterling interrupted sharply, his voice carrying an edge I'd never heard before. "Look at the height of the placements. Look at the force required to drive solid antler through living wood. Look at the systematic arrangement, the perfect spacing, the deliberate pattern." He gestured to the scattered remains forming their terrible semicircle. "This is intentional communication. Something is claiming this space and warning us that we've already intruded too far into its territory." Silence stretched between us, broken only by Tyler's ragged breathing as he wiped his mouth with the back of his glove. Finally, Sterling spoke again, his voice firm but quiet, carrying absolute conviction. "I won't go further. Whatever Thomas disturbed here has woken something ancient and hungry. We've already pushed too deep into its domain." I stared at him, anger and fear battling in my chest, making my heart race. "Thomas is still out here, Sterling. I'm not leaving until we find him or we find proof he's gone." Sterling's eyes softened briefly, sympathy flickering across his features. "I understand, but I won't risk all our lives. Not for this. Not when the warning is this clear and this aggressive." Lawrence set his jaw defiantly, exhausted and frightened but clinging to his sense of duty. "Then stay here. I'll go with him." He nodded toward me. "We'll finish what we came to do." Tyler looked between us, his face anguished, shame written clearly across his features. I can't go up there," he whispered, avoiding my gaze. "I'm sorry, I can't." Without another word, Lawrence and I continued upward while Sterling and Tyler remained below. The air seemed to grow colder with each step, biting through my layers despite the exertion of climbing. My fingers ached even inside my insulated gloves, a deep, penetrating cold that seemed to emanate from the ground itself rather than from the surrounding air. We reached the crest of the ridge 15 brutal minutes later. Lawrence stopped suddenly, his entire body going rigid, his face draining of what little color remained. "Oh God," he breathed, his voice hollow and distant. "Oh God in heaven." Ahead of us, partially buried in a snowdrift against the base of a massive pine, was a dark shape, bright orange fabric, the unmistakable color of Isaac Brennan's expensive expedition parka emerged from the white like a terrible flag marking territory claimed. We scrambled forward on hands and knees, frantically digging with our gloved hands, clearing snow away in desperate handfuls. Isaac's face emerged inch by terrible inch, frozen solid, his features locked into an expression of absolute, overwhelming terror. His mouth gaped open in a silent scream that would echo forever in my nightmares, his eyes wide and staring at something above him that was no longer there, or perhaps at something we couldn't see, something that existed just beyond our perception. His body was curled in a tight fetal position, knees drawn up to his chest, both feet bare despite the lethal cold, the flesh blackened with severe frostbite. His hands were clenched into rigid claws, as if he died grasping at something, fighting against something, trying desperately to ward off something unspeakable that had pursued him through these dark woods. God in heaven, Lawrence whispered again, stepping back, his professional composure completely shattered. What happened to him? What could do this? I stood frozen, unable to tear my gaze from the terror etched permanently into Isaac's features. This wasn't exposure, wasn't simple hypothermia, wasn't any natural cause I could recognize or explain. This was a man who had died in complete, overwhelming fear. Fear so profound and absolute that it had physically transformed his features into a permanent mask of horror. A sharp crack echoed through the forest behind us, the unmistakable sound of a thick branch breaking under significant weight. We both spun around simultaneously, Lawrence raising his rifle with trembling hands, his flashlight beam cutting through the thickening mist. The forest appeared empty, revealed nothing, yet the sensation of presence was absolutely overwhelming, something massive and patient, breathing slowly and deliberately, just beyond our vision, just outside the reach of our light. "We need to move," I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. "Right now." We lifted Isaac's frozen body awkwardly between us, struggling down the treacherous slope toward where Sterling and Tyler waited below. Every step felt heavy, labored, as if the gulch itself physically resisted our attempts to remove what it had rightfully claimed. My breath came in ragged gasps, fogging my vision, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought they might crack. Sterling and Tyler met us halfway down, their faces grim and drawn. Sterling's eyes lingered on Isaac's twisted expression, and I saw something in his gaze, not surprise, but terrible confirmation. Recognition of something he desperately hoped never to witness with his own eyes. "Leave him here," Sterling said, his voice flat and absolutely certain. Lawrence bristled immediately, exhausted and frightened, but clinging desperately to procedure and protocol. "Absolutely not. We're taking him back. We're not leaving him in this place." Sterling didn't flinch, didn't waver. "Don't bring the marked one back to our fire. It will follow. It knows now that we've touched what belongs to it, what it claimed." "Belongs to it?" Lawrence's voice rose with frustration and poorly controlled fear. "You're talking complete insanity. This is a human being." I raised my hand, stopping the argument before it could escalate. "We'll bury him nearby," I said quietly, my throat tight and aching. "Away from camp, like Sterling says. We'll mark the location carefully and come back with proper recovery equipment and more people." We dug hurriedly in a small clearing about 50 yards from our campsite, using our snowshoes as makeshift shovels, breaking through the frozen ground with exhausting, painful effort. We placed Isaac's body carefully in the shallow grave, covering him with frozen earth and snow while speaking no words over him. The entire time, Sterling stood apart, facing the darkening woods, his lips moving silently in what I recognized as prayer in his native Blackfeet language. That night, around our rebuilt fire, conversation died completely and permanently. Lawrence sat rigid, gripping his rifle across his lap with white knuckles, his eyes constantly scanning the darkness that pressed in around us. Tyler had curled into his sleeping bag, facing the fire, flinching visibly at every small sound that emerged from the forest. Sterling remained motionless at the fire's edge, his face illuminated by the weak flames, watching the tree line with unwavering focus. As exhaustion finally began pulling me toward uncomfortable, fitful rest, I heard it clearly. slow, deliberate crunching through snow, circling our camp just beyond the reach of the firelight. Each footfall was heavy and patient, moving in a wide arc around our position with methodical precision. The sound would fade briefly to the north, then return from the east, always maintaining its distance, never quite close enough to see but near enough to know absolutely that it was there, that it was real, that it was watching and waiting. I lifted my head, scanning the darkness with wide eyes, but the forest revealed nothing but shadows and the pale gleam of snow. The footsteps continued their patient circuit, methodical and relentless, circling endlessly through the night like a predator marking its territory. When I finally closed my eyes, one thought dominated all others. We had never been alone out here. Something had been watching since the moment we entered the gulch, and now it was growing bolder, more confident, more willing to reveal its presence. Dawn broke cold and gray, frost forming intricate, beautiful patterns on every exposed surface that seemed to mock our situation. I woke to find Sterling already packed, his gear arranged methodically, his face set with grim determination and barely controlled fear. Tyler sat hunched near the dead fire, rocking slowly back and forth, his eyes red and exhausted. Lawrence loaded his rifle with shaking hands, checking and rechecking the chamber with obsessive repetition that accomplished nothing. Sterling met my eyes as I sat up stiffly, his expression apologetic but absolutely firm. "We need to leave now. There's nothing here we can save. Whatever your brother was has been consumed by this place, transformed by it." "Thomas is still out there," I said, my voice rough from the cold and lack of proper sleep. "I won't abandon him. I can't." Sterling sighed heavily, setting down his pack. "Your brother isn't here anymore. Not in any way you'd recognize. This place doesn't return what it claims. It changes them, uses them, makes them part of itself." Lawrence interrupted sharply, stepping forward with renewed determination. "Enough with the superstition. We found Isaac's body, which proves people can be recovered here. Thomas might still be alive, still be himself." Sterling's eyes darkened with something between pity and frustration. "What's alive in this gulch isn't Thomas anymore. Trust me on this." I hesitated, uncertainty tightening my chest painfully. Then Lawrence touched my shoulder, his voice carrying desperate reassurance. "We came to find him. Let's finish what we started. We owe him that much." I nodded slowly, trying to ignore Sterling's warning, and adjusted my pack with numb fingers. Tyler immediately shook his head, backing toward Sterling with panic clear in his eyes. "I can't go back up there," he whispered, shame evident in every word. "I just can't." Sterling placed a reassuring hand on Tyler's shoulder, then turned to Lawrence and me. His voice carried clearly in the oppressive silence. "If you see it, don't run. Running triggers pursuit, activates hunting instinct. Don't look directly at it if it shows itself. Don't meet its eyes if it has any." The climb back to the ridge was absolutely grueling. Neither Lawrence nor I spoke at all, our breathing heavy in the thin, brutal air. He led with his rifle ready, scanning constantly, his professional training warring with obvious, barely controlled fear. My thoughts spiraled downward, dread gnawing at my resolve with each painful step. As we crested the ridge where we'd found Isaac, we both froze simultaneously. The forest had changed dramatically overnight. Branches had been broken deliberately, arranged in a crude circle around the entire area, limbs twisted at physically impossible angles to form grotesque, skeletal sculptures that seemed to watch us. The snow within the circle had been disturbed extensively, compressed and churned, as if something very large had been dragged through repeatedly in circles. And there, clearly visible in the fresh snowfall, were boot prints. Thomas's distinctive sorrel boots, the tread pattern I'd recognize absolutely anywhere. The tracks led deeper into the woods, disappearing behind a dense wall of tangled pines that seemed to form a deliberate barrier. My pulse quickened painfully, hope and dread tangling together in my chest. "These are fresh," Lawrence whispered, his voice tight. "Within the last few hours? He's close." We followed slowly and carefully, weapons ready, scanning every shadow, every movement. The prints wound deeper into increasingly dense forest, the trees pressing closer together, the canopy overhead blocking what little light filtered through the heavy clouds. Then, from just beyond a thick cluster of pines, came Thomas's voice, thin, hollow, but unmistakably his. "Hello? Is someone there? Please, someone help me." I broke forward without thinking rationally. Desperation completely overwhelming caution. Lawrence shouted sharply behind me, but I didn't stop, couldn't stop. I pushed through the dense branches, emerging into a small clearing. Thomas stood at the far end, perhaps 30 feet away, barefoot in the deep snow that should have killed him hours ago. His parka hung torn and completely open, revealing only a thin thermal shirt beneath. His skin appeared blue-white, his lips cracked and bleeding from severe exposure. He trembled violently, continuously, staring not at me but through me, his eyes glazed and completely unfocused. "Thomas," I gasped, my breath hitching painfully. "We're here. We found you. We're getting you out of this place." He didn't move at all, didn't acknowledge my words in any way. Instead, his eyes widened suddenly, focused on something behind me, and his face transformed into an expression of absolute, pure terror. A sound erupted from the forest behind us. Not quite a roar, not quite a scream, but something between them that shouldn't exist. A guttural, resonant bellow that seemed to vibrate through my chest cavity, shaking my bones, rattling my teeth. It was the sound of something massive, something that didn't belong in any taxonomy I understood or could comprehend. Lawrence spun around, rifle raised, firing blindly into the trees with desperate panic. The shots echoed uselessly, seeming to be swallowed by the forest before they could travel. I grabbed Thomas's arm. His skin felt like solid ice through my glove, wrung in ways I couldn't articulate, and pulled him toward me with all my strength. He moved mechanically, offering no resistance but no help either, like a sleepwalker being guided through a nightmare. "Run," Lawrence screamed, ejecting his spent magazine and fumbling desperately for another with shaking hands. I dragged Thomas forward, stumbling through the snow, my heart hammering so violently I thought it might actually burst through my ribs. Behind me, I heard Lawrence scream, a raw, agonized sound that cut off abruptly and completely, replaced by a horrible, wet tearing noise and then absolute silence. I didn't turn back, couldn't turn back, wouldn't turn back. We crashed through the trees, sliding and falling repeatedly down the slope toward where Sterling and Tyler waited with the snowmobiles. Branches tore at my clothes, ripped my skin, drew blood. Snow filled my boots, soaked my clothes. My lungs burned in the freezing air. Sterling rushed to meet us, his eyes wide with urgent terror. "Keep moving," he shouted, gripping Thomas's other arm firmly, pulling us both toward the waiting machines. Behind us, the forest exploded with the sound of massive branches snapping like gunshots, something huge pursuing through the dense undergrowth with deliberate purpose. Not running, walking, moving with patient, methodical purpose, knowing we couldn't truly escape. Tyler had already started the snowmobiles, their engines roaring to life, shattering the oppressive silence completely. Sterling shoved Thomas roughly onto the sled behind Tyler, then turned sharply toward the trees, chanting urgently in Blackfeet, his voice rising above the engine noise. He pulled his knife, cutting his palm deeply, and letting blood drip onto the snow while continuing his desperate prayer. "Go," he commanded, pushing me toward the remaining sled. "Now, don't look back." I hesitated only one terrible second before climbing on, looking back just long enough to see Sterling facing the dark trees, knife raised, blood running freely down his hand, his voice strong and defiant as he chanted prayers in a language older than English, older than this country. Then we were moving, racing away from Snowshoe Gulch, the forest blurring around us into meaningless shapes. We rode hard and recklessly, not slowing for obstacles, taking risks we'd normally never attempt. Tyler led, Thomas clinging mechanically to his back without awareness. I followed, my hands completely numb on the controls, my mind refusing to process what had happened, what we'd left behind. We didn't stop until we reached the main trail, miles from the gulch in open terrain where the sky was finally visible overhead. Only then did Tyler kill his engine. I slid off my sled, legs shaking so badly I nearly collapsed into the snow. I turned slowly to Thomas. He sat motionless on the sled, eyes distant and unfocused, his lips moving silently in constant repetition. I moved closer, trying to hear what he was saying, what he was repeating over and over. "It watches through the bones," he whispered mechanically. "It watches through the bones, never closes its eyes, never stops watching, never sleeps. It watches through the bones." 2 days later, Thomas was found by a county road crew, wandering barefoot and incoherent down Highway 83, 15 miles from Snowshoe Gulch. He remembered nothing coherent or useful, offering only fractured whispers about the tall one and the consumer of men. Lawrence's body was never recovered despite extensive searches. Sterling never came out of the gulch, though they searched for 3 weeks. 6 terrible weeks passed before I could bring myself to visit Thomas at the psychiatric facility in Missoula. He'd been diagnosed with severe trauma-induced dissociation, permanent hypothermia, damage to his extremities requiring partial amputation of 3 toes, and what the doctors clinically called acute delusional disorder with paranoid features. He refused to go near windows after dark, kept his eyes fixed constantly and obsessively on shadows, and spoke rarely to anyone. As I prepared to leave after a brief, painful visit where he barely acknowledged my presence, he finally looked directly at me, his eyes focused with terrible, absolute clarity for the first time. "You can't see it unless it decides to show itself," he said, his voice strained and hollow but perfectly clear. "But you always feel it watching, always. It waits in the cold places, the old places, the forgotten places where Earth remembers hunger. It's patient beyond human understanding. It can wait forever, eternally, and it's still there, right now, waiting for someone else to come. Waiting and watching, and hungry." I left him there in that sterile white room, haunted by his words, knowing with absolute certainty that whatever we had awakened in Snowshoe Gulch remained patient and hungry, and watching silently from the shadows between the trees, waiting with infinite patience for the next person foolish enough to enter its ancient, terrible domain. I grew up hearing stories about running at night. My father and uncles would sit around the fire pit behind our house, voices low and steady as they spoke about pounding dirt roads beneath skies crowded with stars that seemed close enough to touch. For Navajo people, running isn't just about fitness or competition. It's woven into who we are, threaded through our traditions like the patterns in my grandmother's rugs. My father used to say that running brought clarity, that it connected you to something ancient and powerful, sleeping beneath the red earth of the reservation. I thought about those stories as I sat on my grandmother's sagging porch near Shiprock, lacing up my running shoes in the fading afternoon light. It was early February, and I'd come home from Northern Arizona University for a long weekend, desperately needing a break from the suffocating routine of lectures and cramped dorm rooms. The campus felt artificial somehow, all concrete and forced socialization. I missed the vast silence of home, the way the desert stretched endlessly in every direction, the way you could stand outside and hear nothing but wind for hours. The evening air carried that particular high desert cold that cuts through clothing and settles in your bones. The sun was already sinking toward the horizon, painting the distant mesas in shades of rust and gold. I pulled my jacket tight and zipped it to my throat, then tugged my hood over my head. My grandmother had gone into town to visit her sister, and the house behind me sat empty and quiet. I started down the dirt road that curved away from her property, heading toward the old cattle trail that wound past Red Rock Wash. My breath came out in visible clouds and the packed earth crunched satisfyingly beneath my shoes. This was exactly what I needed: solitude, familiar ground, the meditative rhythm of my own footfalls. No roommates, no deadlines, no noise, just me and the desert and the falling dark. The first mile felt perfect. My muscles warmed gradually, finding their rhythm. My lungs adapted to the thin air I'd grown up breathing. The landscape rolled past in its familiar way: scrub brush, scattered juniper, the skeletal remains of a long-abandoned fence line. I'd run this route 100 times growing up, knew every dip and rise in the road. But as I crested the small hill near the old windmill, something pulled my attention sideways. A coyote stood motionless on the ridge about 40 yards distant, silhouetted against the darkening sky. It was larger than most I'd seen, its coat thick and healthy-looking even from this distance. That wasn't unusual. Coyotes were everywhere out here, especially at dusk when they started hunting. But something about this one made me slow my pace. It was watching me. Not just glancing in my direction the way animals usually did before bolting, but watching, staring. Its eyes caught the last rays of sunlight and reflected them back at me. Two small points of light fixed and steady. I kept running, but slower now, my heart rate climbing for reasons that had nothing to do with exertion. The coyote remained perfectly still, its head tracking my movement as I passed. I tried to tell myself this was normal behavior, that animals were curious, that there was nothing wrong. But my stomach had tightened into a cold knot, and the back of my neck prickled with instinctive unease. Just a coyote, I muttered aloud, needing to hear something besides my own breathing and footsteps. Just an animal. I forced myself not to look back as the road curved and the ridge disappeared behind me. My pace had quickened without my conscious decision, and I realized my hands were clenched into fists. I tried to relax, rolling my shoulders, shaking out the tension, but it wouldn't leave. The road straightened out, running parallel to a long berm that separated the trail from the lower scrubland. My shadow stretched long and thin ahead of me, growing longer as the sun continued its descent. The temperature was dropping noticeably now, and I could feel the cold working through my jacket, making my joints ache slightly. That's when I saw it again. The same coyote, it had to be the same one, was moving along the top of the berm, keeping perfect pace with me, not running exactly, but loping effortlessly, its movements fluid and silent. I couldn't hear its footfalls at all, despite the fact that the ground up there was loose dirt and scattered rocks that should have made noise. My throat went dry. I picked up my speed, pushing harder, my breath coming faster. The coyote adjusted immediately, maintaining the exact same distance, never falling behind, never pulling ahead. It moved like water, like shadow, like something that weighed nothing at all. This wasn't right. This wasn't natural behavior. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to get away, to break line of sight, to run faster. But even as I pushed myself harder, ignoring the burning in my legs and the stitch developing in my side, the coyote stayed with me, effortless, silent, watching. The old water tank appeared ahead, its rusted metal sides glowing orange in the sunset. My father had brought me here years ago to hunt rabbits, teaching me patience and respect for the animals we took. It had always been a good memory, but now the sight of it filled me with dread because I knew somehow I knew what I would see when I got closer. The coyote stood directly in the middle of the road ahead of me, motionless once again, staring, waiting. I skidded to a halt, chest heaving, my breath ragged and painful. My legs trembled, and it wasn't from exertion. The animal was less than 30 feet away, close enough that I could see its chest expanding with breath, could see the precise way its ears stood erect and forward-facing. But that was impossible. I hadn't seen it leave the berm. I hadn't heard it pass me. The road was straight for a good quarter-mile. There was nowhere it could have gone, no way it could have gotten in front of me without my seeing it, unless it had never been on the berm at all, unless I was seeing something that couldn't exist. My hand shook as I bent forward, trying to catch my breath, trying to think. The coyote didn't move, didn't blink, just watched me with those reflecting eyes. And in the growing darkness, they seemed to glow with their own light. I had to leave. Every cell in my body was telling me to run, to get away, to break this frozen moment before something terrible happened. I straightened slowly, keeping my eyes on the animal, and began backing up. One step, two. The coyote's head tilted slightly, following my movement. Then I turned and ran. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, abandoning any pretense of pacing or control. Pure panic drove me, primal and overwhelming. The road blurred beneath my feet. My lungs burned. The cold air felt like knives in my throat with every gasping breath, but I didn't slow down. Couldn't slow down. The desert had gone completely silent around me. No birds, no insects, no wind, just the thundering of my heart and the desperate slap of my shoes against the packed dirt. Even my breathing seemed muffled somehow, swallowed by the vast emptiness surrounding me. Isaac. I nearly tripped, my legs tangling as my whole body jerked at the sound. My name spoken clearly, calmly, right beside my ear, spoken in my own voice. Not whispered, not distant, right there, as if I'd spoken it myself, except I hadn't. My mouth was open, gasping for air, forming no words at all, but I'd heard it, perfectly clear. My own voice calling my own name from somewhere impossibly close. I forced myself to run faster, ignoring the fire spreading through my muscles, the spots dancing at the edges of my vision. Sweat ran down my face despite the cold, stinging my eyes. My hood had fallen back, and the freezing air bit at my ears. None of it mattered. Nothing mattered except getting away. The voice came again, and this time it was right behind me, matching my pace perfectly. Isaac, why are you running? It was me. My exact voice, my inflection, my tone, like listening to a recording of myself, except it came from outside, from the darkness gathering on all sides. My stomach heaved, and for a moment I thought I might vomit, but I swallowed hard and kept running. Don't look back. Don't look. Don't stop. Don't acknowledge it. The words ran through my head like a prayer, drowning out the voice that kept calling my name, kept asking questions in my own stolen voice. I fixed my eyes on the road ahead, searching desperately for lights, for any sign of the scattered hogans and trailers that dotted this area. Then I glanced down at the road, just for a second, and my heart seemed to stop entirely. Two sets of footprints ran side by side through the dust. Mine on the right, clear and deep, and beside them matching my stride exactly, another set of prints, the same shoes, the same spacing, the same depth, as if I were running alongside myself, casting two shadows instead of one. A sound escaped my throat, something between a sob and a scream. I pushed harder, my vision narrowing to a tunnel, everything going dark around the edges. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. But the prints were there, clear as day in the dirt, running parallel to mine, never deviating. Lights appeared ahead, distant but real. Samuel Begay's Hogan, its windows glowing warm and yellow against the gathering dark. Samuel was my father's age, maybe older. A quiet man who knew stories and songs most people had forgotten. My father trusted him completely, called him when he needed guidance, listened carefully to his advice. I ran toward those lights like they were salvation itself, my legs screaming in protest, my lungs raw and burning. The distance seemed impossible, as if I were running in place while the lights stayed eternally out of reach. The silence pressed down on me like weight, suffocating and complete. Then Samuel was there, standing in his doorway, his face grave and knowing. He reached out and grabbed my arm, pulling me across the threshold with surprising strength. "Inside," he said sharply, his voice cutting through the haze of panic. "Now." He slammed the door shut behind me and immediately slid the bolt home, the metal clicking into place with a sound that seemed too final, too permanent. I collapsed against the wall, my legs finally giving out. The room spun around me, and I couldn't seem to pull enough air into my lungs. Sweat soaked through my clothes despite the cold, making me shiver violently. My hands shook so badly I had to clench them into fists to make them stop. Samuel moved quickly, his weathered hands reaching for bundles of dried plants hanging from the rafters. Cedar and sage, their scents sharp and cleansing. He lit them without a word, and thick smoke began filling the small space, making my eyes water. But I didn't complain. The smoke felt protective somehow, like armor between me and whatever waited outside in the dark. I tried to speak, to explain what had happened, but Samuel held up one hand sharply. "Not yet," he said quietly, his voice firm. "Don't speak about it. Not until we're ready." He moved around the hogan with practiced efficiency, sprinkling ash across the threshold in a careful line, placing smooth stones at precise intervals. His face was set in concentration, lips moving silently in words I couldn't quite hear. The urgency in his movements terrified me more than anything else had. If Samuel was worried, truly worried, then I was right to be afraid. I huddled in the chair he pointed me toward, trying to steady my breathing, trying to stop shaking. The room was warm from a small wood stove in the corner, but I couldn't seem to get warm. Cold had settled deep in my bones, a cold that had nothing to do with the February weather outside. Samuel finished his preparations and knelt by the door, placing a final stone carefully. Only then did he turn to look at me, his dark eyes steady and serious. "You ran past Red Rock Wash," he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, not trusting my voice. His jaw tightened. "I told your father, years ago, never to run there after sunset." He listened. He remembered. Samuel's eyes searched my face. "He should have told you." A gust of wind hit the hogan suddenly, violent and angry. The walls shuddered. The door rattled against its bolt. I jumped, every muscle tensing, but Samuel didn't flinch. He reached for a leather pouch hanging on the wall and began removing items from it with steady hands. "What was it?" I finally managed to ask, my voice hoarse and broken. Samuel didn't answer immediately. He laid out herbs and small carved objects on the worn table, his movements deliberate and calm. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and measured. "Something old. Something that doesn't follow the rules we understand. It noticed you. It called my name," I whispered, in my own voice. "How?" "It takes things," Samuel interrupted quietly. "Voices, shapes, whatever it needs to get your attention." He looked at me directly, his gaze intense. "But it can't come inside. Not here. Not tonight." He began chanting softly in Navajo, words that I recognized the sound of but couldn't fully translate. The rhythm was soothing, steady, like a heartbeat. Outside, the wind grew stronger, howling around the hogan, throwing dirt against the windows. But Samuel's voice never wavered, never faltered. I don't know how long we sat there. Time seemed to stretch and distort, minutes feeling like hours. The smoke from the burning herbs made the room hazy, dreamlike. Samuel continued his low chanting, occasionally adding more cedar to the bundle. The wind outside rose and fell in waves, sometimes shrieking, sometimes dropping to an eerie silence that was somehow worse. Every sound made me tense. Every pause in Samuel's chanting sent my heart racing. I kept expecting something to crash through the door, to break through the windows, to announce itself with some terrible violence. But nothing came. The night wore on, and we remained sealed in this small circle of protection, while something patient and old waited outside in the dark. Around midnight, or what I guessed was midnight, having no way to check, Samuel finally stopped chanting. The sudden silence was jarring. He rolled his shoulders, working out the stiffness, and moved to peer through the small window beside the door. "Is it gone?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Samuel shook his head slowly. "No, but it's waiting. It's always waiting." "Why me?" The question came out more desperate than I'd intended. "Why tonight? What did I do?" Samuel turned from the window, his face shadowed and tired. "You didn't do anything. These things, they choose. Maybe they sense something. Loneliness or loss or some opening in your spirit. Maybe you were just in the wrong place. It doesn't matter why. What matters is that you didn't answer it." "I did answer," I said, remembering the voice, the way it had called my name. "I heard it say my name and I—" "You ran," Samuel interrupted firmly. "You didn't speak back to it. You didn't acknowledge what it was. That's what saved you. If you'd answered, if you'd tried to have a conversation with it," he trailed off, turning back to the window. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly colder than ever. What would have happened? You wouldn't have made it to my door. The simplicity of his answer was more frightening than any elaborate explanation could have been. I sat there processing this while Samuel kept his vigil at the window. The wind had died down to nothing, replaced by a silence so complete it felt unnatural. No coyotes howling in the distance. No dogs barking from nearby homes. Nothing. "It's not an animal," Samuel said quietly, more to himself than to me. "It never was. It just uses that shape because it's familiar, because we're used to seeing coyotes out there. Makes us hesitate, makes us second-guess our instincts." "What is it?" I asked. "Really?" Samuel was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful, measured. "Some things don't have names we should speak. Some things are older than language. What matters is knowing how to protect yourself, knowing the rules." "What rules?" "Never answer when it calls. Never acknowledge it directly. Never invite it. Never show it you're afraid, even though you are. Don't run that road alone. Don't run anywhere alone after dark. Not for a while." He looked back at me. "And if you see it again, you turn around and walk away. Don't engage, don't make eye contact, just leave." I nodded, absorbing each instruction like it was scripture. Because that's what it was, really. Survival wisdom passed down through generations. Knowledge born from others who'd encountered something similar and lived to pass on the warning. The first gray light of dawn began seeping around the edges of the window. Samuel's posture relaxed slightly, though he didn't move from his position. "It won't stay much longer," he said. "Daylight pushes it back, weakens it." "Where does it go?" He shrugged. "Wherever these things go, out into the empty places, back into the earth. I don't know, and I don't want to know." As the sun climbed higher, Samuel finally unlocked the door and swung it open. Fresh, cold morning air flooded the hogan, dispersing the smoke, bringing with it the familiar smell of sage and desert and frost. Everything outside looked normal, peaceful, as if nothing unusual had occurred at all. But my hands were still shaking. My whole body ached from tension and exhaustion, and when Samuel gestured for me to follow him outside, dread settled heavy in my stomach. "Come," he said. "We need to go back." "Back?" My voice cracked. "I can't." "You need to see," Samuel insisted, his tone firm but not unkind. "You need to understand what followed you. Otherwise you'll always wonder, always doubt yourself." He was right, though I hated admitting it. Part of me wanted to dismiss last night as panic, exhaustion, imagination. But I knew better. Something had happened, something real and terrible, and pretending otherwise wouldn't protect me. We walked down the dirt road together, Samuel's eyes scanning the ground constantly. He moved slowly, deliberately, studying the earth like it held messages only he could read. The morning sun felt impossibly bright after the long darkness, making everything sharp and clear and painfully normal. When we reached the stretch of road near the old water tank, Samuel stopped. He knelt in the dirt, running his fingers along marks in the dust. "Here," he said quietly. I moved closer, looking down. My footprints were clear, scattered from my panicked run. But beside them, running parallel, were marks I hadn't noticed in the dark. Not footprints exactly. Something else. Cloven prints, split down the middle. Too narrow and precise to be from any deer or livestock I'd seen. And they matched my stride perfectly, step for step, never deviating. My stomach turned over. "What?" "Hooves," Samuel said simply. "It ran beside you, not behind, not in front. Beside you, matching your pace exactly." I felt dizzy, lightheaded. The morning sun suddenly felt too hot, the air too thin. I'd been running alongside something that left hooves in the dust, something that could speak in my voice, something that could be in multiple places at once. Samuel stood, pulling a small pouch from his jacket pocket. He scattered ash over the strange prints, murmuring words I didn't understand. The ash settled into the marks, obscuring them, and somehow that felt important, necessary. "It was testing you," he said, his voice calm and factual, "seeing how you'd react. If you'd stopped, if you'd turned to look at it directly, if you'd tried to communicate." He shook his head. "You did the right thing. You ran." I felt like a coward, I admitted. Courage isn't about fighting everything that scares you. Sometimes courage is knowing when to run, when to ask for help, when to admit something is beyond your understanding. Samuel looked at me seriously. You're alive because you trusted your fear. That's wisdom, not cowardice. We stood there quietly, staring at those disturbing prints until the ash had fully settled. The desert around us was waking up, birds calling, a distant dog barking, the sound of a truck rumbling along a far road. Normal sounds, human sounds, life going on. Can I ask you something? I said hesitantly. Samuel nodded. My footprints from last night. There were 2 sets, both from my shoes, running side by side. He was quiet for a moment, his expression unreadable. Yes, I saw those too. How? Some things mirror us, he said carefully. They copy what we are, how we move, what we sound like. It's how they get close, how they confuse us, makes us doubt what we're seeing, makes us think we're losing our minds. That doubt is dangerous. It makes openings. I remembered staring down at those duplicate prints, the absolute terror of seeing my own footsteps running beside me. It was pretending to be me, in a way, or showing you what it could do, a demonstration of power. Samuel started walking back toward his hogan. Either way, you're fortunate. Most people don't get warnings. Most people just disappear. My grandmother was waiting when we got back to her property. She stood outside her trailer with her arms crossed, her face set in that expression of knowing concern that grandmothers seemed to master. She looked at me, then at Samuel, then back to me. I dreamed about coyotes last night, she said without preamble. Circling the house, watching the windows. I've been awake since 3 in the morning, burning cedar and praying. Relief washed through me so powerfully, I nearly collapsed. She believed me without my having to explain. She understood. We're moving closer to town, she continued, her voice firm. I've been thinking about it for months anyway. This decides it. I'll call your father today. Samuel nodded his approval. Good. That old road, it's not safe. Hasn't been safe for a long time. Too isolated, too far from help. They talked logistics while I stood there, exhausted and overwhelmed. The practical nature of their conversation was oddly comforting. Moving trucks, timing, which cousin could help with heavy furniture, normal concerns, ordinary problems. A reminder that life went on, even after encountering something impossible. Within 2 weeks, my grandmother had relocated to a small house on the edge of Shiprock proper, near enough to neighbors that you could see their lights at night. I helped with the move, carrying boxes and furniture, grateful for the physical exhaustion that let me sleep without dreaming. I went back to school, threw myself into my classes, tried to rebuild the normal rhythm of college life. But something had changed fundamentally. I couldn't run at night anymore, even on well-lit city streets with other people around. The moment dusk fell, I'd find myself hurrying home, looking over my shoulder, listening for footsteps that matched my own. My roommate asked if I was okay, if something had happened over break. I told him I'd had a close call with an aggressive coyote, which was true enough. He accepted the explanation and stopped asking questions. I graduated from Northern Arizona University 2 years later, moved to Flagstaff for work, tried to build a normal adult life. I got engaged, then married, had a daughter, bought a house, built a career, did all the things you're supposed to do, but I never ran at night. Not once, not ever. And whenever I drove back to Shiprock to visit my grandmother, I took the long way around, avoiding that old road past Red Rock Wash entirely. Sometimes my wife would suggest the shorter route, pointing it out on the map, and I'd make excuses. Traffic patterns, road conditions, wanting to stop somewhere along the main highway. She eventually stopped suggesting it. On one visit, several years after that February night, I saw Samuel at the trading post. He was older, grayer, moving more slowly, but his eyes were still sharp, still knowing. He saw me and nodded once, a gesture of acknowledgement that needed no words. Still careful? He asked simply. Always, I replied. Good, he paused, studying me. Your daughter, how old? 4. Teacher, he said seriously. Not the details, not the stories, just the rules. Never run alone at night. Never answer voices in the dark. Never ignore fear. He looked at me intently. Tradition isn't just songs and ceremonies, it's survival wisdom. Pass it on. I promised him I would. Now, sometimes on clear nights when I'm standing outside my house in Flagstaff, I look east toward the reservation and remember that February evening. I remember the silence, the impossible footprints, the voice that stole my own. I remember the terror of running through darkness with something ancient pacing beside me. And sometimes, not often, but sometimes, when the night is particularly still and I'm outside alone, I think I see a shape on the ridge behind our property. A coyote, larger than normal, perfectly motionless, watching. I never stare at it directly. I never acknowledge it. I simply turn around and go inside, locking the door behind me, grateful for the protection of walls and light and the sleeping family I've built. Because Samuel was right. Some things are older than we can understand, stranger than we can explain. They're out there in the empty places, patient and watching, waiting for moments of carelessness or loneliness or doubt. And the only defense we have is remembering the rules, following the wisdom passed down through generations, and teaching our children to respect the darkness without letting them know exactly what waits there. I'm alive because I ran that night, because I trusted my fear, because Samuel knew the old ways of protection. But I also know, with absolute certainty, that if I ever broke the rules, if I ran that road again after dark, if I answered when something calls my name, if I looked directly at what watches from the ridges, I wouldn't get another chance. Some gifts of mercy aren't offered twice, so I stay careful. I stay alert, and I teach my daughter that when something feels wrong, when fear touches the back of your neck for no obvious reason, you don't question it, you don't investigate, you simply leave. Because out there, beyond the safety of lights and company and protected spaces, old things still wait in the darkness, and they're always, always patient. My name is Rufus Hennessy, and the events I'm about to recount occurred in 2011. At the time, I was employed as a police officer in Fairview, Nebraska, a small town where I was born and raised. Fairview is the quintessential American small town, where everyone knows their neighbors and the community spirit is strong. Prior to the incident I'm about to describe, I believed I had seen everything there was to see in our quiet corner of the world. However, one night changed my perspective entirely, altering the course of my life and the fabric of our community. I had been serving on the Fairview Police Force for approximately 15 years, having joined immediately after graduating high school. The decision to forego college and pursue a career in law enforcement was driven by my desire to make a tangible difference in my community. There was a certain comfort in the routine of small-town policing, the predictability of Mrs. Barlow's monthly calls about her missing cat, or Mr. Jenkins' attempts to pilfer a bottle of whiskey from the general store, more out of boredom than malice. On the night in question, I was stationed at the police department, working through a stack of paperwork and nursing my third cup of subpar coffee. The clock on the wall read 11 p.m., and the quiet of the night was broken only by the occasional crackle of the police radio and the hum of the ancient air conditioning unit. Suddenly the phone rang, its shrill tone cutting through the silence. I answered promptly, recognizing the voice of Millie, our dispatcher. Her tone immediately put me on alert. Millie was typically unflappable, but now her voice trembled with barely contained panic. "Rufus, you need to get over to the old Miller place," she said, her words rushed and breathless. "What's the situation, Millie?" I inquired, already reaching for my jacket and car keys. "Just get over there, Rufus. It's bad," she replied cryptically before abruptly ending the call. The Miller property had been abandoned for several years following the death of its owner. The deceased's children had shown no interest in maintaining or selling the property, leaving it to fall into disrepair. Over time, it had become a popular spot for local teenagers to test their bravery, daring each other to spend the night in the decaying farmhouse. As I drove through the quiet streets of Fairview, my mind raced with possibilities. Millie's uncharacteristic behavior suggested that this was no ordinary call. The knot of apprehension in my stomach tightened as I approached the outskirts of town where the Miller property was located. Turning onto the long, overgrown driveway, I immediately noticed something amiss. Despite the property's abandoned status, there were lights visible through the grimy windows of the farmhouse. The flickering quality of the illumination suggested candles or flashlights rather than functioning electricity. I brought my cruiser to a stop and radioed in my location to dispatch. As I exited the vehicle, the cool night air carried the scent of decaying wood and damp earth. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the crunch of gravel under my boots as I approached the house. Drawing my flashlight and sidearm, I cautiously made my way to the front porch. The wooden steps creaked ominously under my weight, and I noticed that the front door was slightly ajar, swaying gently in the night breeze. "Hello?" I called out, pushing the door open further with my foot. "This is the police. Is anyone here?" My voice echoed through the empty house, met only by silence. Steeling myself, I crossed the threshold, the floorboards groaning in protest. The flickering light I had observed from outside seemed to be emanating from the living room. As I turned the corner, the beam of my flashlight illuminated a scene that would haunt me for years to come. In the center of the room stood a makeshift altar, surrounded by candles whose flames cast eerie, dancing shadows on the walls. Atop the altar lay a sight that turned my blood to ice. The body of a young woman, bound and gagged, her lifeless eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling. As I approached, my training kicking in despite the horror of the situation, I checked for a pulse, knowing even as I did so that it was futile. The woman's skin was cool to the touch, indicating that she had been dead for some time. With shaking hands, I reached for my radio. "Millie, I need backup at the Miller place, now, and send an ambulance." I fought to keep my voice steady as I relayed the grim discovery. As I waited for backup to arrive, a sound from upstairs caught my attention. It was a subtle noise, barely perceptible, the sound of movement, of someone trying to remain undetected. Every instinct told me to wait for assistance, but a combination of duty and a burning need to understand what had transpired in this house propelled me towards the staircase. With my heart pounding in my chest and my weapon at the ready, I began to ascend the stairs, each step bringing me closer to a confrontation that would change my life forever. The second floor of the Miller house was in even worse condition than the first. Years of neglect had taken their toll, with peeling wallpaper and warped floorboards creating an atmosphere of decay and abandonment. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing closed doors lining a narrow hallway. The shuffling sound I had heard from downstairs was more pronounced now, emanating from behind one of the closed doors. I approached cautiously, my police training warring with the primal fear that threatened to overwhelm me. Positioning myself to the side of the door, I called out, "Police, come out with your hands up." My voice sounded unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence of the house. For a moment, there was no response. Then, slowly, the door began to creak open. I tightened my grip on my weapon, prepared for whatever might emerge. The figure that stepped out of the room was unlike anything I had encountered in my years of police work. It was a man, or at least it had once been a man. He stood unnaturally tall, his gaunt frame accentuated by tattered, dirty clothing. But it was his face that sent a chill down my spine. Wild, sunken eyes that seemed to glow with an inner madness, and a rictus grin that stretched his features into a grotesque mask. In his hand, he clutched a long, wicked-looking knife. The blade gleamed dully in the beam of my flashlight, its edge stained with what I feared was blood. "Drop the knife," I commanded, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. "Drop it now." The man's grin widened impossibly further, and a low guttural sound emerged from his throat. Not quite a laugh, not quite a growl. Then, with a speed that belied his emaciated appearance, he lunged towards me. I fired my weapon, the sound of the gunshot deafening in the confined space of the hallway. The man staggered, the knife clattering to the floor, before he crumpled in a heap at my feet. My heart pounding, I approached cautiously, kicking the knife away before checking for a pulse. There was none. The man was dead. As the adrenaline began to subside, I became aware of the sound of sirens in the distance. Backup was finally arriving. I made my way back downstairs, my mind reeling from the events of the past few minutes. The house was soon swarming with officers and crime scene technicians. The body of the young woman was carefully removed from the makeshift altar, and a thorough search of the premises began. As the senior officer on the scene, I oversaw the initial investigation. The woman was identified as Emily Larkin, a 22-year-old student at the local community college who had been reported missing 2 days prior. The man I had shot was identified through fingerprints as David Halstead, a drifter with a history of mental illness and minor criminal offenses. As we combed through the house, more disturbing details emerged. In what appeared to be Halstead's living space, we discovered journals filled with rambling entries about dark rituals and sacrifices. The writings were barely coherent, filled with references to ancient gods and promises of power through bloodshed. Evidence suggested that Halstead had been squatting in the abandoned house for several weeks, possibly months. The room where I had encountered him was filled with occult paraphernalia, strange symbols drawn on the walls, crystals and bones arranged in patterns that made no sense to my rational mind. As dawn broke over Fairview, casting a pale light over the crime scene, I found myself standing on the front porch of the Miller house, trying to make sense of what had transpired. The events of the night had shaken me to my core, forcing me to confront the reality that evil could manifest even in the most unexpected places. Little did I know that this was only the beginning. The horror that had unfolded in the Miller house would cast a long shadow over our town, changing the fabric of our community and testing the limits of our resilience in ways we could never have imagined. The days following the gruesome discovery at the Miller house were a whirlwind of activity. Fairview, typically a town where the biggest news was the outcome of the high school football game, suddenly found itself thrust into the national spotlight. News vans from larger cities descended upon us, their satellite dishes and eager reporters an alien presence in our quiet streets. The story of Emily Larkin's murder and the subsequent confrontation with David Halstead spread quickly, first through local channels and then picked up by national media outlets. Our small police force was overwhelmed with inquiries from journalists and concerned citizens alike. As the lead officer on the case, much of the responsibility fell on my shoulders. I spent countless hours coordinating with state investigators, fielding questions from reporters, and trying to piece together the events that had led to this tragedy. The autopsy report on Emily Larkin painted a grim picture. She had been held captive for at least 36 hours before her death, subjected to torture and ritualistic markings. The cause of death was determined to be blood loss from multiple knife wounds, each carefully placed in a pattern that corresponded to the ramblings in Halstead's journals. The investigation into David Halstead's background revealed a troubled history. He had been in and out of mental health facilities for years, diagnosed with severe schizophrenia and delusional disorder. Somewhere along the line, he had fallen through the cracks of the system, his deteriorating mental state going unchecked as he drifted from town to town. As we delved deeper into Halstead's past, we discovered connections to various fringe groups and online forums dedicated to occult practices. It seemed that in his delusional state, he had cobbled together a belief system from bits and pieces of different mythologies and conspiracy theories, creating a twisted worldview that justified his horrific actions. The impact on our community was profound. Fairview had always prided itself on being a safe place, where people left their doors unlocked and children played freely in the streets. Now an undercurrent of fear ran through the town. Parents kept a closer eye on their children, and neighbors viewed strangers with suspicion. The Larkin family was devastated. Emily had been well liked in the community, known for her kind heart and volunteer work at the local animal shelter. The memorial service held for her was attended by nearly the entire town, a somber affair that underscored the collective grief and shock we all felt. As for me, the events of that night had left an indelible mark. I found myself plagued by nightmares, reliving the moment I confronted Halstead, seeing Emily's lifeless eyes staring accusingly at me. During my waking hours, I was consumed by a sense of guilt. If only I had gotten there sooner. If only we had taken the missing persons report more seriously from the start. Maybe Emily would still be alive. Chief Anderson, recognizing the toll the case had taken on me, suggested I take some time off. But I couldn't bring myself to step away. I threw myself into work with renewed vigor, determined to ensure that nothing like this would ever happen in Fairview again. We implemented new protocols for missing persons cases, increased patrols around abandoned properties, and worked to establish better communication channels with mental health services in neighboring counties. It wasn't much, but it felt like a start. As the weeks passed and the media attention began to wane, Fairview slowly tried to return to some semblance of normalcy. But the scars remained, visible in the wary glances of passers-by and the new security systems being installed on homes throughout the town. One evening, as I was leaving the station after another long day, I found myself driving past the Miller property. The house stood dark and silent, crime scene tape still fluttering in the breeze. In that moment, I made a decision. I couldn't change what had happened, but I could work to prevent it from happening again. I would dedicate myself to protecting Fairview, to being the guardian our town needed in these dark times. Little did I know that this commitment would be tested sooner than I could have imagined, as the echoes of Halstead's madness continued to reverberate through our community. In the months following the tragedy at the Miller house, Fairview struggled to regain its footing. The initial shock had worn off, but a pervasive sense of unease lingered in the air. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the potential for darkness that had always existed beneath the surface of our idyllic small-town life. As summer turned to fall, strange occurrences began to plague the town. It started small. Reports of vandalism at the local cemetery, strange symbols carved into trees at the edge of town, whispers of shadowy figures seen lurking near abandoned buildings at night. At first, we dismissed these incidents as the work of pranksters or overactive imaginations fueled by the recent tragedy. But as Halloween approached, things took a more sinister turn. A group of teenagers, inspired by the morbid fascination surrounding the Miller house, decided to break in for a night of ghost hunting. What they found inside sent them running in terror. Fresh candles arranged in bizarre patterns, and walls newly adorned with the same type of symbols found in Halstead's journals. When I arrived at the scene, my blood ran cold. The symbols were an exact match to those we had documented months ago, drawn with the same frenzied precision. But David Halstead was dead. I had seen to that myself, which meant that someone else was continuing his work. A thorough search of the property revealed no physical evidence of an intruder, but the implications were clear. Halstead's madness had spread beyond his death, infecting others with its toxic ideology. As news of this development spread through town, the fear that had begun to subside reignited with a vengeance. Parents kept their children home from school, businesses closed early, and a self-imposed curfew fell over Fairview. The carefree spirit that had once defined our community was replaced by a cloud of suspicion and paranoia. In response to the growing crisis, I called a town meeting at the community center. The large hall was packed to capacity, filled with concerned citizens looking for answers and reassurance. As I stood at the podium facing the sea of worried faces, I felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on me. "I know you're all scared," I began, my voice carrying clearly through the hushed room. What happened to Emily Larkin was a tragedy, one that shook us all to our core. And now with these new incidents, it's natural to feel afraid. But we cannot let fear control us. We cannot let the actions of one disturbed individual, or those who might seek to emulate him, destroy the community we've built together. I outlined the steps we were taking to increase security and investigate the recent occurrences. I emphasized the importance of community vigilance, urging people to report any suspicious activity without falling into the trap of baseless accusations or hysteria. As the meeting concluded, I could sense a shift in the atmosphere. There was still fear, yes, but also a renewed sense of determination. Fairview had been knocked down, but we were not out. We would face this threat together, as a community. In the weeks that followed, we saw an increase in neighborhood watch participation and a stronger sense of cooperation between the police force and the citizens we served. People began to look out for one another more actively, checking in on elderly neighbors and organizing community events to maintain a sense of normalcy. But even as Fairview rallied, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something crucial. The incidents at the Miller House felt like more than just copycat actions or misguided pranks. There was a deliberateness to them, a purpose that eluded my understanding. Late one night, as I pored over the case files for the 100th time, a detail caught my eye. In one of Halstead's journals, he had made repeated references to a circle and chosen ones who would carry on his work. At the time, we had dismissed it as the ramblings of a deranged mind. But now, in light of recent events, I began to wonder if there was more to. As I delved deeper into Halstead's writings, a disturbing pattern began to emerge. His references to a circle and chosen ones were more frequent and detailed than we had initially realized. It appeared that Halstead believed he was part of a larger group, tasked with preparing for some sort of apocalyptic event. This revelation cast the recent incidents in a new light. If Halstead had indeed been part of a larger organization, it was possible that other members were continuing his work. The implications were chilling. We might be dealing with a coordinated group rather than isolated copycats. I shared my findings with Chief Anderson, who agreed that this new information warranted a deeper investigation. We decided to reach out to the state police and the FBI for assistance, recognizing that this situation might be beyond the capabilities of our small-town force. As we waited for additional resources to arrive, we increased patrols around town, paying special attention to abandoned properties and areas where the strange symbols had been found. The citizens of Fairview, while still on edge, rallied to support these efforts. Neighborhood watch groups coordinated with our officers, providing extra eyes and ears on the ground. Despite these precautions, the unsettling incidents continued. More symbols appeared around town, always in locations that were difficult to monitor. Anonymous tips began to come in, speaking of shadowy gatherings in the woods outside of town. Each new development added to the growing sense of unease that permeated Fairview. With the arrival of state police and FBI resources, our investigation took on a new level of intensity. Agents combed through Halstead's personal effects, analyzed his online activities, and began to piece together a network of contacts that stretched far beyond the borders of our small town. As the lead local officer on the case, I found myself working closely with FBI agent Sarah Reeves. Agent Reeves was a no-nonsense professional with a background in cult activity and fringe religious groups. Her expertise proved invaluable as we delved deeper into the twisted ideology that had driven Halstead. Based on what we've uncovered, Agent Reeves explained during one of our briefings, it appears that Halstead was involved with a loosely organized group that calls itself the Circle of the Eternal Night. They believe in hastening the arrival of some sort of cosmic entity through ritual sacrifice and the creation of what they call nodes of power. The more we learned about this group, the more concerned I became. It seemed that the Miller House incident, as horrific as it was, might have been just the beginning of their plans for Fairview. Our breakthrough came when we managed to identify one of Halstead's online contacts, a local man named Michael Thornton. Thornton had a history of mental health issues and had been in and out of treatment facilities over the years. More importantly, he had been seen in the vicinity of several locations where the strange symbols had appeared. We obtained a warrant to search Thornton's residence, a small apartment on the outskirts of town. What we found there confirmed our worst fears. The walls were covered in the same symbols we had found at the Miller House, and we discovered journals that mirrored Halstead's writings in their fervor and delusion. But Thornton himself was nowhere to be found. It appeared he had fled shortly before our arrival, tipped off perhaps by some unknown source. This development added a new urgency to our investigation. We now had a name and a face to pursue, but also the knowledge that our quarry was aware of our interest. As we expanded our search for Thornton, we also focused on identifying other potential members of the circle. This proved to be a challenging task, as the group operated with a high degree of secrecy and paranoia. However, bit by bit, we began to uncover a network that stretched throughout the region, with Fairview as its epicenter. The citizens of Fairview, already on edge from the previous incidents, reacted to these new developments with a mixture of fear and determination. Many volunteered to assist in the search for Thornton, while others worked to support the law enforcement efforts in any way they could. As the investigation progressed, I found myself working long hours, often late into the night. The case had become more than just a professional obligation. It was personal. I felt a deep responsibility to the people of Fairview, a need to protect them from the darkness that threatened to engulf our town. Little did I know that our efforts were about to come to a head in a confrontation that would test the limits of our resolve and forever change the face of Fairview. Our search for Michael Thornton and other members of the Circle of the Eternal Night came to a dramatic climax on a cold November night. An anonymous tip led us to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, where a gathering of the group was supposedly taking place. As we approached the location, the tension was palpable. A joint task force of local police, state troopers, and FBI agents had been assembled for the operation. The warehouse loomed before us, a hulking silhouette against the night sky. Agent Reeves and I led one of the entry teams. As we breached the main entrance, the scene that greeted us was like something out of a nightmare. The interior of the warehouse had been transformed into a macabre temple, with strange symbols covering the walls and floor. Candles flickered in intricate patterns, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. In the center of this grotesque display stood Michael Thornton, surrounded by a group of robed figures. They were in the midst of some sort of ritual, their chanting rising to a fever pitch as we entered. "FBI, everybody freeze!" Agent Reeves shouted, her voice cutting through the chanting. For a moment, everything seemed to stand still. Then chaos erupted. Some of the cultists attempted to flee, while others, including Thornton, turned to confront us. The ensuing struggle was intense but mercifully brief. Our superior numbers and training quickly overwhelmed the cultists. As the dust settled and we began to process the scene, the true scope of what we had uncovered became clear. Documents found at the site revealed plans for a series of ritual killings, intended to create a network of power nodes throughout the region. Fairview, it seemed, was to be the epicenter of this dark design. The interrogations that followed painted a picture of a group driven by a mixture of mental illness, desperation, and a twisted ideology that promised power and purpose to its adherents. Many of the cultists were local residents, people I had known for years. The realization that this darkness had taken root so close to home was deeply unsettling. In the days following the raid, Fairview was once again thrust into the national spotlight. The exposure of a cult operating in the heart of small-town America captured the public imagination, bringing a fresh wave of media attention and curiosity seekers to our community. The aftermath of the cult's exposure and the subsequent arrests left Fairview reeling. The knowledge that friends and neighbors had been involved in such dark activities shook the foundations of trust within the community. People looked at each other with new eyes, wondering who else might be hiding terrible secrets. As the legal proceedings began, I found myself spending long hours testifying and assisting in the prosecution of the cult members. The trials were a grueling process, forcing us to relive the horrors we had uncovered and confront the human cost of the cult's activities. Throughout this period, I struggled with my own feelings of guilt and responsibility. Could I have done more to prevent this? Should I have seen the signs earlier? These questions haunted me, even as I worked to help the community heal. The recovery process for Fairview was slow and painful. Support groups were formed for those affected by the cult's activities, including family members of the arrested cultists. The town held numerous community meetings and events aimed at rebuilding trust and a sense of security. As the months passed, I noticed a gradual shift in the town's atmosphere. The initial fear and suspicion began to give way to a renewed sense of community spirit. People seemed more aware of their neighbors, more willing to reach out and offer support to those in need. 5 years have passed since the events that shook Fairview to its core. In that time, our town has undergone a profound transformation. The scars remain, but they have become a part of our shared history, a reminder of the darkness we faced and overcame together. I have since been promoted to Chief of Police, a position that allows me to continue working to protect and serve the community I love. The experiences we went through have shaped my approach to law enforcement, emphasizing the importance of community engagement and mental health awareness. Fairview itself has become something of a case study in community resilience. Researchers and law enforcement professionals from around the country have visited to learn from our experiences and the measures we've put in place to prevent similar incidents in the future. As I reflect on the events of that fateful year, I am struck by the complexity of human nature, its capacity for both great evil and tremendous good. The cult members, driven by delusion and desperation, caused immeasurable harm. But the response of the community, the way people came together to support one another and rebuild, revealed the inherent strength and goodness that exists within us all. The Miller House, once a symbol of the terror that gripped our town, has been demolished. In its place stands a community garden, a place of growth and renewal. It serves as a fitting metaphor for Fairview itself. From the ashes of tragedy, we have cultivated new life and hope. As I walk the streets of Fairview today, I see a town forever changed, but not defeated. We carry the memory of those dark days with us, but we do not let it define us. Instead, we have chosen to learn from our past and use that knowledge to build a stronger, more compassionate community. The events of 2011 taught us that evil can lurk in the most unexpected places, but they also showed us the power of unity and resilience. As long as we remain vigilant, support one another, and face our challenges together, I believe that Fairview, and communities like it across the country, can withstand whatever darkness may come. In the end, this is not just a story about a crime or a cult. It's a story about a town that looked into the abyss and emerged stronger for it. It's a testament to the enduring spirit of community and the fundamental goodness that exists within us all. And it's a reminder that even in our darkest moments, there is always hope for a brighter tomorrow. My name is Clyde Matson, and the events I'm about to recount occurred in the fall of 1998. At the time, I was employed as a police officer in Riverton, a small, tranquil town in Ohio where everyone seemed to know everyone else. My life was as ordinary as one could imagine, filled with the simple pleasures and routines that define small-town America. I shared a modest two-story house on Maple Street with my wife, Marcy, and our daughter, Ellie. Marcy was known throughout the neighborhood for her baking skills, often filling our home with the comforting aroma of freshly baked pies and cookies. Ellie, our 12-year-old, was the light of our lives, a bright and curious child who excelled in school and was beloved by her teachers and peers alike. Riverton was the kind of place where neighbors still borrowed cups of sugar from one another, and children rode their bicycles freely until the streetlights flickered on at dusk. The town's main street was lined with family-owned businesses that had been operating for generations, and the local diner, Rosie's, was the hub of community gossip and friendly gatherings. My job as a police officer in Riverton was generally uneventful. Most days involved mundane tasks, such as breaking up minor disputes at the local bar, dealing with shoplifters at the convenience store, or assisting elderly residents like Mrs. Henderson in retrieving her cat from precarious perches in trees. The most excitement we typically encountered was during the annual Harvest Festival, where the occasional overindulgence in homemade cider led to some harmless mischief. However, the peaceful facade of our town began to crumble in early October when a series of inexplicable disappearances shook our community to its core. The first to vanish was Tom Langley, a high school history teacher known for his punctuality and unwavering dedication to his students. On a Tuesday morning, he simply didn't show up for his first period class. This was so out of character for Tom that the school immediately contacted his wife Jenna, who in turn called the police station. I remember clearly the day I visited the Langley residence to investigate. Their house, a well-maintained colonial on Elm Street, showed no signs of forced entry or struggle. Tom's car was still parked in the driveway, and his wallet, keys, and cell phone were found on the kitchen counter. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air while preparing for work. Jenna Langley, a petite woman with kind eyes now red-rimmed from crying, sat across from me in their living room, clutching a framed photo of her and Tom on their wedding day. "Officer Matson," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "Tom would never just leave. Something must have happened to him." I assured her we would do everything in our power to find Tom, but as I left the Langley home that afternoon, a sense of unease settled over me. In all my years on the force, I had never encountered a disappearance so complete, so devoid of clues or explanations. Little did I know that Tom Langley's disappearance was only the beginning of a nightmare that would engulf our town and test the limits of our courage and sanity. The following week, Katie Mullins, a 19-year-old college student home for the weekend, went out for her usual morning run and never returned. Her parents, frantic with worry, reported her missing when she failed to come home for lunch. We organized search parties, combed through the wooded areas around town, and interviewed anyone who might have seen Katie that morning. But once again we came up empty-handed. It was as if Katie, like Tom before her, had simply ceased to exist. As fear began to grip the town, rumors started to circulate. Some speculated about a serial kidnapper. Others whispered about cult activity or even alien abductions. The rational part of me dismissed these wild theories. But with each passing day and no new leads, I found myself considering possibilities I would have once deemed absurd. It was during this time of mounting tension and fear that my world was turned upside down. One evening, as I sat at my desk in the station, nursing a cup of lukewarm coffee and poring over the scant evidence we had gathered, the phone rang. It was Marcy, her voice trembling with panic. "Clyde," she said, barely able to get the words out. "Ellie didn't come home from school." In that moment, I felt as if the ground had opened up beneath me. Ellie, our responsible, punctual daughter, who always called if she was going to be even 5 minutes late. Ellie, who knew how worried her mother and I had been since the disappearances began. Ellie, who promised she would never go anywhere alone. I raced home, my sirens blaring and my heart pounding. As I pulled up to our house, I saw Marcy standing on the porch, tears streaming down her face. I held her tight, trying to offer comfort, even as my own world was crumbling around me. "We'll find her," I promised, my voice steadier than I felt. "I'll turn this town upside down if I have to, but we'll find her." As night fell over Riverton, a town-wide search began. Neighbors, friends, and even strangers joined in, combing every street, alley, and wooded area. The sound of people calling Ellie's name echoed through the darkness, a desperate chorus of hope and fear. But as hours turned into days with no sign of Ellie or the others, a terrible realization began to sink in. Whatever darkness had descended upon our town, it had now struck at the very heart of my family, and I knew that I would stop at nothing to uncover the truth and bring my daughter home. As the days wore on with no sign of Ellie or the other missing persons, the atmosphere in Riverton grew increasingly tense. The once friendly faces of my neighbors now wore expressions of fear and suspicion. Parents kept their children indoors, and the usually bustling streets became eerily quiet. At the police station, we worked around the clock, following up on every lead, no matter how insignificant it seemed. Maps of the town and surrounding areas covered the walls, marked with possible sighting locations and areas we had searched. The constant ringing of phones in the background was a grim reminder of the growing number of concerned citizens and media inquiries. I threw myself into the investigation with a fervor that bordered on obsession. Sleep became a luxury I could ill afford, and I found myself spending more and more time at the station poring over case files and witness statements. Marcy, despite her own grief, would often bring me food and clean clothes, her quiet strength a beacon in the darkness that threatened to engulf me. It was during one of these late-night sessions, fueled by too much coffee and desperation, that I noticed something odd. I had been reviewing the last known movements of each missing person, trying to find any connection or pattern. That's when it hit me. Each of them had visited a place called Riverton Storage shortly before they disappeared. Riverton Storage was a rundown facility on the outskirts of town. A collection of rusting storage units surrounding an old office building. It was owned by Clarence Pritchard, a reclusive figure known around town for his odd behavior and quick temper. I remembered Clarence from a few minor incidents over the years. Noise complaints from neighbors, a dispute with a tenant over a damaged unit. He was a tall, gaunt man with deep-set eyes that seemed to look through you rather than at you. Clarence rarely interacted with anyone in town, preferring to manage his business from the shadows. The connection to Riverton Storage was tenuous at best, but it was the first lead we'd had in days. I decided to pay Clarence a visit, hoping against hope that this might be the break we needed. The next morning, I drove out to Riverton Storage. The facility looked even more decrepit up close, with weeds growing through cracks in the asphalt and faded paint peeling from the storage units. The office building, a small structure that might have once been painted white, now had a grayish, almost sickly appearance. As I stepped out of my cruiser, the gravel crunching under my feet seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness of the morning. A cool breeze carried the scent of decay, making me wrinkle my nose in disgust. "Clarence," I called out, my voice echoing off the metal doors of the storage units. "Clarence Pritchard, this is Officer Matson. I need to speak with you." No answer came. I made my way towards the office, my hand instinctively resting on my holstered weapon. The door was locked, and peering through the grimy window revealed an empty, dusty interior. I began to walk around the storage units, checking each door. Most were securely padlocked, but as I neared the back of the facility, I noticed one unit with its door slightly ajar. The rusted metal groaned in protest as I pulled it open, revealing a cluttered interior filled with stacks of old newspapers, broken furniture, and cardboard boxes. The musty smell that wafted out made me gag, but something compelled me to step inside. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I noticed something out of place among the debris. A worn leather wallet lying on top of a stack of newspapers. With trembling hands, I picked it up and opened it. The driver's license inside bore the face of Tom Langley. My heart began to race as the implications of this discovery sank in. This was evidence, concrete proof that something sinister was indeed happening in Riverton. But before I could reach for my radio to call for backup, a noise from deeper within the unit caught my attention. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but in the eerie silence of the storage facility, it might as well have been a gunshot. It sounded like crying. Drawing my weapon, I moved cautiously towards the source of the sound. The clutter in the unit seemed to close in around me, casting strange shadows in the beam of my flashlight. As I reached the back wall, I noticed something that made my blood run cold, a hidden door, cunningly disguised to blend in with the surrounding clutter. The crying was clearer now, coming from beyond this secret entrance. With my heart pounding in my ears, I reached out and turned the handle. The door swung open to reveal a set of stairs descending into darkness. The smell that rose from below was even worse than the musty odor of the storage unit, a mixture of dampness, decay, and something else, something that spoke of pain and fear. As I took my first step down into the unknown, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was descending into a nightmare from which there might be no awakening. But somewhere in that darkness, I hoped to find answers, and perhaps, if I dared to hope, my daughter. The stairs creaked ominously under my weight as I descended into the darkness, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom like a knife. The air grew colder and damper with each step, and the crying sound became more distinct. It was coming from somewhere ahead, echoing off the stone walls of what appeared to be an underground chamber. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, the beam of my flashlight revealed a scene that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. The chamber was larger than I had expected, with rough stone walls covered in a slick sheen of moisture. Rusted chains hung from iron rings embedded in the walls, and the floor was littered with discarded food wrappers and empty water bottles. But it was what I saw in the far corner that made my heart leap into my throat. There, huddled together on a dirty mattress, were three figures, 2 adults and a child. Even in the dim light, I recognized them immediately. Tom Langley, Katie Mullins, and my beloved Ellie. Dad, Ellie's voice, weak but unmistakable, cut through the silence. She tried to stand but stumbled, her legs weak from days of confinement. I rushed forward, holstering my weapon to gather her in my arms. Ellie. Oh God, Ellie, I murmured, tears streaming down my face as I held her close. She felt so small, so fragile in my arms, and I could feel her body shaking with sobs of relief. Tom and Katie stirred at the commotion, their eyes wide with a mixture of hope and fear. They looked haggard, with dark circles under their eyes and clothes that hung loosely on their frames. Officer Matson, Tom's voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. Is it really you? I nodded, still clutching Ellie to my chest. It's me, Tom. You're safe now. You're all safe. As the reality of their rescue began to sink in, I heard a noise from behind me, the sound of footsteps on the stairs. I whirled around, positioning myself between the captives and the entrance, my hand moving to my weapon. A tall, gaunt figure emerged from the shadows, and I found myself face to face with Clarence Pritchard. His eyes, sunken deep in their sockets, had a wild, almost feverish gleam to them. In his hand he clutched a wicked-looking knife. You don't understand, Clarence said, his voice surprisingly calm given the circumstances. I'm protecting them, keeping them safe from what's coming. Put the knife down, Clarence, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. It's over. Let's talk about this. But Clarence wasn't listening. His eyes darted around the room, seeing things that weren't there. The signs are everywhere, he muttered. The end is near. I had to save them, had to keep them pure. He took a step forward, and I drew my weapon. Don't move, Clarence. Drop the knife now. For a moment it seemed as though he might comply. Then, with a howl of rage that seemed to shake the very foundations of the chamber, Clarence lunged forward. What followed was a desperate struggle in the dim light of the underground chamber. Clarence, driven by his madness, fought with a strength that belied his gaunt frame. The knife flashed in the beam of my dropped flashlight as we grappled, each of us fighting for control. I could hear Ellie screaming in the background, her voice mixing with the shouts of Tom and Katie. The sound of my daughter's terror gave me a surge of strength, and with a final, desperate effort, I managed to disarm Clarence and pin him to the ground. As I slapped the handcuffs on him, Clarence continued to rant about the end times and the need to save the chosen ones. His words, a mixture of religious fervor and paranoid delusions, sent chills down my spine. With Clarence subdued, I used my radio to call for backup. Within minutes, the quiet of the storage facility was shattered by the wail of sirens as police cars and ambulances converged on the scene. As paramedics tended to the victims and my fellow officers secured Clarence, I held Ellie close, hardly daring to believe that this nightmare was finally over. But even as relief washed over me, I couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness we had uncovered here would cast a long shadow over our town for years to come. The days following the rescue were a whirlwind of activity. The news of what had happened at Riverton Storage spread through the town like wildfire, and soon national media outlets descended upon our quiet community, their vans and satellite dishes a stark contrast to the small-town backdrop. Ellie, Tom, and Katie were taken to the hospital for examination and treatment. While they were physically unharmed, save for some minor bruises and the effects of their captivity, the psychological toll was evident. I spent every possible moment by Ellie's bedside, holding her hand and reassuring her that she was safe now. Marcy alternated between tears of joy and fierce protectiveness, hardly letting Ellie out of her sight. The reunion of the Langley and Mullins families with their loved ones was both heartwarming and heartbreaking to witness. The relief of having them back was palpable, but so too was the realization of the ordeal they had endured. As for Clarence Pritchard, he was held in custody pending a psychological evaluation. The investigation into his background revealed a history of mental illness that had gone largely untreated. He had been living alone in a small apartment above the office at Riverton Storage, surrounded by stacks of apocalyptic literature and conspiracy theory magazines. The underground chamber where he had kept his captives turned out to be a Cold War-era fallout shelter that had been built beneath the storage facility. Clarence had discovered it years ago and had been secretly modifying it, convinced that he needed to save chosen individuals from an impending doom that only he could see. As the lead investigator on the case, I spent long hours interviewing Clarence, trying to understand the twisted logic that had led him to commit such heinous acts. His ramblings were a mix of religious fervor, paranoid delusions, and a genuine, if misguided, belief that he was saving his victims. As I delved deeper into Clarence's psyche through our interviews, it became clear that his actions, while abhorrent, stemmed from a deeply troubled mind. His ramblings about an impending apocalypse and the need to preserve pure souls painted a picture of a man who had lost touch with reality long ago. The psychological evaluation confirmed what we had suspected. Clarence was suffering from severe paranoid schizophrenia, exacerbated by years of isolation and neglect. The court deemed him unfit to stand trial, and he was committed to a high-security psychiatric facility for treatment. As the legal proceedings unfolded, our town grappled with the aftermath of these events. The sense of safety and trust that had once defined Riverton had been shattered. Parents became more protective of their children, and a general air of suspicion fell over the community. Town hall meetings were held to address the concerns of the citizens and to discuss measures to prevent such incidents in the future. Security systems and neighborhood watch programs became commonplace, and the police department implemented new protocols for missing persons cases. For the victims and their families, the road to recovery was long and challenging. Support groups were formed, and counseling services were made available to help them process their traumatic experiences. I made it a point to check in regularly with Tom and Katie, offering whatever support I could as they worked to rebuild their lives. As for my own family, the ordeal had left deep scars. Ellie suffered from nightmares and anxiety, often waking up in the middle of the night, terrified that she was back in that underground chamber. Marcy and I took turns sitting with her, reassuring her that she was safe and loved. The strain on our marriage was palpable. Marcy struggled with feelings of guilt for not having protected Ellie, while I grappled with the knowledge that my job had put my family in danger. We attended counseling sessions together, working to rebuild the trust and connection that had been shaken by this traumatic event. In the months that followed, life in Riverton slowly began to regain a semblance of normalcy. The media circus eventually died down, and the town was left to heal in relative peace. However, the events of that fall had left an indelible mark on our community. For me, the return to regular police work was challenging. Every call, every report of a missing person or suspicious activity now carried the weight of what had happened. I found myself second-guessing decisions, always fearing that I might overlook some crucial detail that could lead to another tragedy. Chief Wilson, recognizing the toll the case had taken on me, suggested I take some time off. At first I resisted, feeling that I needed to be there for the town. But as the sleepless nights and constant anxiety began to affect my work and my home life, I realized he was right. I took a month-long leave of absence, during which Marcy, Ellie, and I decided to take a family vacation. We rented a cabin in the mountains, far from the memories and pressures of Riverton. Those weeks were a time of healing and reconnection. We hiked, fished, and spent long evenings talking around the campfire, slowly rebuilding the bonds that had been strained by our ordeal. Ellie, in particular, seemed to benefit from the change of scenery. Away from the familiar sights that triggered her anxiety, she began to relax and even smile again. Watching her laugh as she splashed in a mountain stream, I felt a glimmer of hope that perhaps in time we could move past the shadows that had darkened our lives. Upon our return to Riverton, I found that the time away had given me a new perspective. I realized that while I couldn't change what had happened, I could use my experience to make a difference in how our department handled similar cases in the future. I threw myself into developing new training programs for our officers, focusing on recognizing signs of mental illness and improving our response to missing persons cases. I also worked with local mental health professionals to establish better support systems for individuals like Clarence, hoping that early intervention might prevent future tragedies. As the one-year anniversary of the Riverton storage incident approached, our town was preparing for a memorial service to honor the survivors and reaffirm our community's resilience. The atmosphere was solemn but hopeful, a testament to the strength of our small town. However, just days before the memorial, a series of events occurred that would once again test our resolve. It began with reports of strange symbols appearing around town, cryptic markings eerily similar to those found in Clarence's writings. They were discovered on buildings and parks, and even on the sidewalks outside the homes of the survivors. The community was immediately on edge, fearing that perhaps Clarence had not been working alone, or worse, that he had inspired copycats. As the lead investigator on the original case, I was called in to head up the new investigation. As we delved into the mystery of the symbols, we uncovered a disturbing online community that had formed around Clarence's case. A group of individuals, drawn from across the country, had latched onto his apocalyptic ravings and twisted them into a bizarre pseudo-religion. The investigation led us to a small group of local teenagers who had become involved with this online community. They claimed to be continuing Clarence's work, believing that his actions had been part of a greater purpose. The discovery sent shockwaves through Riverton. Parents were horrified to learn that their children had been drawn into this dark world, and the town once again found itself grappling with fear and uncertainty. As we worked to dismantle the group and provide support to the affected families, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something. The teenagers we had caught seemed more misguided than malicious, parroting ideas they didn't fully understand. My instincts told me there was someone else pulling the strings. Someone who truly believed in Clarence's delusions and had the intelligence to manipulate others into following them. After weeks of investigation, we finally got a break. An anonymous tip led us to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. As we prepared to raid the location, I couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu, remembering that fateful day at Riverton Storage. The warehouse turned out to be the headquarters of the cult-like group. Inside, we found evidence of ritualistic activities and plans for further actions around town. But more importantly, we discovered the identity of the group's leader, James Pritchard, Clarence's estranged son. James had been living out of state for years and had only recently returned to Riverton. He had been following his father's case closely and had become convinced that Clarence's ravings held some hidden truth. The confrontation with James was tense and dangerous. Unlike his father, James was calculated and manipulative. He had carefully cultivated his followers, using a mix of charisma and fear to keep them in line. In the end, we were able to apprehend James and his core group of followers without bloodshed, but the experience left me shaken. The realization that the darkness we thought we had defeated had instead taken root and grown was deeply unsettling. In the aftermath of James Pritchard's arrest, our town once again found itself in the spotlight. The revelation that Clarence's legacy had lived on through his son reignited old fears and opened wounds that had barely begun to heal. For me, the case brought a mix of emotions. There was a sense of closure and finally unraveling the full extent of the conspiracy that had begun with Clarence. But there was also a deep sadness and frustration that so many young lives had been negatively impacted by this twisted ideology. As the dust settled, I found myself at a crossroads. The toll of these cases had been significant, both personally and professionally. I began to question whether I could continue in law enforcement, whether the cost to my family and my own well-being was too high. After much soul-searching and long conversations with Marcy and Ellie, I made the difficult decision to retire from the police force. It wasn't an easy choice, but I knew it was the right one for my family and for my own peace of mind. In the years that followed, I channeled my experience into new endeavors. I began working with organizations that supported victims of trauma and their families. I also became an advocate for better mental health services in small communities like Riverton, hoping to prevent others from falling through the cracks as Clarence had. Riverton itself underwent a transformation. The experiences we had endured as a community had shown us the importance of connection and support. New programs were implemented to foster community engagement, and to provide resources for those struggling with mental health issues. Ellie, now a young woman, chose to study psychology, inspired by her own experiences and the desire to help others who had faced similar traumas. Watching her grow into a strong, compassionate adult filled me with pride and hope for the future. As I reflect on the events that unfolded in our small town, I am reminded of the resilience of the human spirit. We had faced darkness and emerged, not unscathed, but stronger and more united. The scars remained, but they were a testament to our survival and our commitment to building a better, more compassionate community. In the end, the legacy of the Riverton storage incident was not one of fear and division, but of healing and growth. It taught us the importance of vigilance, not just against external threats, but against the darkness that can grow within our own communities when we fail to care for one another. As I sit on my porch watching the sun set over the town I've called home for so many years, I feel a sense of peace. The shadows may still linger, but I know that as long as we stand together, there will always be light to guide us through the darkness.